that's been there since Saturday. Good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 15 games to bring you on moving day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before we preview today's action though, let's remind you of how things unfolded yesterday when John Henderson won 4 of his 5 matches. Having narrowly missed out on finals night the last time he was here, Neil Duff would have been hoping for a strong start this time around, but amassed just 2 points on day one, a whitewash win over Sedlak. The Czech debutant recorded 2 wins on the opening day, but defeated in his last 3, will be looking to stop the rot in game 1 today. As for Dan Reid, he'll be scratching his head, wondering how he's just 4th in the table, perhaps didn't get the points that his performances deserved. Lukas Wenig let slip a 2-0 lead in his opening game of the day, but won 3 of his next 4 finishes like this, helping him edge out Reid. Gilliland is also on 6 points, a very solid standard, and some clinical combo finishes helping him to a healthy position. But having won a week here and a Challenge Tour event already this year, it's former World Cup winner Hendo who sits top, having lost just 1 game on his opening day. He also treated us to the highest checkout of the session. Really impressed by the way that Hendo went about his business yesterday. Was the best player in the field, wasn't he? And at times, it was his scoring that helped him out. Other matches, clinical finishing. If he can put all of that together, we know what John Henderson can do. Yeah, that's the exact answer. The fact if he can put it all together, and he was getting really close there. This is a quality group, you know, and to get 4 wins out of 5 on day 1, that's a fabulous start, a great foundation for him, and a really exciting day ahead. Yeah, let's have a look at some of the numbers then from the opening day of Group A action. The checkout rate actually higher than what we're used to seeing on the opening day. Of course, last week we did see a record which was above 40%, but that is very, very rare. 30 28.73, a real standout there. The highest winning average as well from Wenig, but that high checkout that we just saw from John Henderson. What catches your eye?
Yeah, fascinating stats. We waxing lyrical about the total 180s, and you know, I have seen over 40s before. The 11 data stands out, but yeah, boring does. Loves a good checkout rate, and 38.73 is outstanding.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest mover? Because we do, of course, call Tuesday move-in day here at the Super Series. Who do you think it'll be? Yeah,
I mean, I've got a case for all 6 players. That's how, you know, that's how good this week is. But just keep your eye on match 3. Neil, Duff, Dan Reid. That's standing out for me. The winner of that game goes on to have a great day. Yeah, let's have a look then at the league table with 15 games played so far. It is Neil Duff, of course, only amassed 2 points on the opening day. You expect to see a bit of a response from him. But as you mentioned, that game that he's got first up against Dan Reid, that could be pivotal, because Reid at times yesterday wasn't really picking up the points that his performances deserved. Yeah, it was a strange day for Dan Reid. I mean, some of his averages early on, and he played 3, lost 3, but he showed some real tenacity, some real fight back to come, you know, win them last 2 games. It was very impressive. Interesting game, that one. Neil Duff won't play like that again today. Yeah, Hendo came into the week as the favourite to go on and win the entire week at 3-1. Let's have a look at what the bookies think is going to happen in Group A at this point, though. Here are the odds to top Group A. Of course, no surprise to see Hendo out in front. But anyone catch your eye there? Dan Reid at 11-1, maybe good value in that? Yeah, like you say, the good value for me would be Lukas Wenig. But the only thing with Lukas, when I spoke to him prior to the week and asked him some questions, his confidence wasn't sky high, and he was hoping to play himself into some confidence. Let's see how today and tomorrow goes for him. But John Henderson is the worthy favourite for me. Yeah, and Sedlak this morning has been talking to Adam Gavlas. I know you've spoken to him a lot in the build-up to this tournament. What sort of advice do you think he's going to be dishing out today? Well, probably not good advice knowing Adam, and probably some swear words he's taught me. But I was really impressed with Sedlak yesterday. He's got a lovely throw, a really nice about him, his attributes, his skills, everything's there. But I think he might be disappointed to win his first 2 games and lose his next 3. I do have a little concern how today will go, unless he can stop that momentum now. Yeah, is that reflected in your tips? Let's have a look at Duzz's tips for the second day in Group A. Talk us through some of your selections there that return over 5-1. Yeah, I think Henderson's in great form right now, and you know, with the handicap, meaning he has to win 4-2 or better. So I think John Henderson goes with that one. I do like the 180s bet, and you know, some good 180s were hit yesterday, so I'm going to go the Dan Reid Lukas Wenig game over 2 180s for that one, and in the final game there, the handicap bet, and it could be a difficult day for Sedlak, is what my Duzz's tips is all about today. Yeah, absolutely right. We have actually locked Henry Deacon out of the building for the week. He is pacing up and down outside, isn't he? But we're not letting him through the doors this week. We are still doing his tungsten teaser, though. So let's have a look at what it is this week. Last week, it was an absolute blinder. This week, name the Super Series players who hold the following records: the youngest weekly winner, the most 170 finishes, and the highest losing average. So make sure you get those into your Twitter account. What's your Twitter account? At Does a 180. Yeah, and to MSS Darts as well. And we'll be reading out some of your answers throughout the day before revealing the answers later on in the show. Right then, let's get the action underway, shall we, on moving day here at the Super Series, and tuck into our first match. This man is going to sprint down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. Well, I won't be moving. I'm going to be sat tight for the next 4.5, 5 hours or so. And this man is sitting pretty right now at the top of the table. Won 4 out of his 5 matches yesterday. And this match, which was our final game of the session yesterday, well, it couldn't have been any more dominant for Big John Henderson, winning 4-0 with an average of just over 87, 50% on the doubles. And his opponent didn't get a dart at a double. Big John will be hoping to do the double over this man.
First leg,
started
it's John
very
to
well yesterday,
first.
has to be
Game
said.
On.
Struggled towards the back end. Just the one defeat for Henderson yesterday.
26.
And that was against the impressive Chris Gilliland, who is just 2 points adrift. Do you think
100.
he was physically drained yesterday, Sedlak, or do you think it was more of an emotional
Yes, I think definitely emotional. I think it was the opposite to what we thought would happen.
43.
We thought it may take time to settle into the MODUS Super Series, but it was the opposite. And he was on such a high, and I think the realisation come Game 3 that, and he really petered out at the end. But he's
93.
got a friend here called Martin, and I think he'll be worth his weight of gold. Just giving him the opportunities, tell him the positives. I know he's been talking to Avon Gavlas this morning, and probably taking advice from there. And sometimes I believe getting John Henderson really early, 9:30 in the morning, could be the best time for him, because it was a pretty real demolition job late yesterday afternoon when the two of them played. So, like I said, it's a very interesting day ahead, moving Tuesday. Just sit back and enjoy it, and let us know what you think out there.
Welcome back. He was
180.
playing like me and you in the first opening 9 darts there, does it? 26, 43, 63. That's a bit of me and you, that.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
60.
It's got him right back in the leg, that Max. 109 left. Plenty of options here.
99. Vito, you require 150.
Incredible running average for the day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a quality group.
Yeah.
No, if I sit here surprised, I'd be, because when I arrived, I thought this is a tremendous group. And for John Henderson, getting 4 wins yesterday is just a real sound foundation. So he should have stayed straight at least to give himself an opportunity to bowl, and that's just a little bit sloppy. And he hasn't come out the traps well this morning. That 180 should have set him up.
Vito requires 74.
And these are the opportunities that Sedlak, if he's going to make his move today, needs to take, because he's going to get 1 dart at tops. How many times did we say that yesterday?
54. John, you
the
require
opportunities
8.
that have got to go.
Yeah, because you don't envisage John playing poorly for, so many legs. He's on his 20th dart now.
No score. Vito, you require
Another
20.
bite at the cherry. And the cherry for Vitas is double 10. Working off that one. Gone the other way.
Game shot on the first leg. Viteslav Sedlak.
And somehow gets a breaker throw.
Yeah, the more I see that throw, the more I like. But
second leg, it's Vitas to throw
cold
first.
In there.
Game on.
Could argue it's even a little bit. Both of them are blown on the hands there. I think a little hand warmer for some of these early morning games would be absolutely essential if you want one of
60
tips. Fabulous stage. Wonderful referee. 6 brilliant players. I've been excited about this one. I do like Tuesday. This moving Tuesday I really enjoy. You've got an argument for all players. I don't think Neil Duff will play like he did yesterday, and I think that third game against Dan Reid will be key for him.
Yeah, and I expect a
125.
better start to the day from Dan Reid, so that is a fascinating tie. When we were going through the process of actually building this venue,
85.
A few of us came down at the early stages and played on the stage, and were basically as consultant of what do we think, how does it feel, the position of the stage, the feel of it, and it just felt lovely. Everything feels right on the end of your throat.
Yeah, that's nice. I always liked
61.
What I called a close throw. Sometimes you can get up there and you think, my God, that feels about 10 foot away.
Well, I think when they're wide, really wide, like the Ali Pali one, I mean, it's the biggest stage, isn't it? Just felt like the board just felt like a mile away. But where it's like this, and it's substantial size, but because it's got sides, you don't feel like the board sat there staring at you, and it's so bright.
95.
I never ever practiced before. When you could throw 2 or 3 hours before. I never ever did any board because I just wasn't ready.
83.
Yeah, I always like to get a feel of a stage, and then I'd sort of try and memorize how it felt, and then try and find the board in. There's 4 to 6 practice boards.
12.
I always actually used to try and find the one that I felt the farthest away, because it's easy to adjust down rather than
show on the second leg.
Adjust up.
Viteslav Sedlak.
16 dart hold, backing up the break. Yeah, I always say that to people as well. If you go into competitions,
third leg,
try
it's
and
John
find
to throw first.
a board that feels long, and use that as your practice board, because when you then get onto a board and you're a little bit edgy and a little bit tight, it won't feel like it's a million miles away.
Yeah, it's a real replication of yesterday where Sedlak has come out the traps and does his tips is looking dodgy already. I needed John Henderson to win all the next 4 legs to keep that bet going.
57.
But remember to gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org. 18 plus.
Yeah, surprisingly slow out of the gate this morning. I was expecting Big John to stamp his authority on this group today.
Yeah, especially after the demolition job he did on him yesterday. You know, I just felt like this could be a tough ask for Sedlak, and I pretty much wrote off his chances today.
Well, he didn't get a dart at a double, did he?
But if you're going to catch John, I guess 9:30 in the morning is
100.
Potentially that time. It's good feel next door. You know, there was very quiet yesterday. It's quite cosmopolitan there, as we talked about, and language, etc. But it was good banter. Neil Duff seems on really good form this morning.
45.
Because he did arrive very, very late on Sunday. He had real travel problems, and maybe that puts down to the fact he didn't play as well yesterday.
Yeah, and he's just off of a sort of 5-6 day break in Benidorm, where I doubt he probably enjoyed the moment just to put them down. So it does take a while just to...
Be an interesting game when he plays Dan Reed first, and can he kick on from there?
99.
We said yesterday, I think a lot of these players won't be too bothered about winning Group A, but maybe the guy in your picture
83.
right now is the one guy that may benefit for a couple of days off. Speaking of Barry Van Peer, he didn't handle taking them 2 days. He got very lazy and basically didn't get out of bed. He tried to go for a practice.
95.
It just didn't work
John
for him.
required 117.
Probably the worst thing that happened to him was winning the group. So you have to manage that.
Yeah, for me, it would be
Game
the ideal scenario.
John Henderson.
John Henderson fires in a 10 plus finish for an 18 dart hold.
Fourth leg, it's Viteslav to throw first. Game
to qualify for the Thursday and Friday evening group, just to get back used to playing darts a little later, and then I think that sets you up well for the
60
for the Saturday night.
Something we didn't see from Sedlak. Like I say, just his demeanour there, a little shake ahead. You don't want to give John Henderson
57
any thoughts like the guy's under distress, because one of his strengths yesterday, Sedlak, he didn't give an awful lot away. We talked about poker player faces, and he didn't give a lot away, so I wouldn't advise him to start shaking his head.
No, a player of Henderson's experience will feed off his opponent's negativity, and that will give him a boost. How did the quiz go last night, Paul, or do you not want to talk about it?
Oh, the music of 2020 onwards. Oh. Tiny something.
Temper.
Tinchy something.
Strider.
84.
No, all my practice on George Benson and 5-star went out the window.
100.
The only song I think the only one I got was music linked to movies.
Right.
And Beverly Hills Cop came on, and yeah. And the only other one I got was a 1960s model Twiggy. So yeah, 2 out of 60.
180.
No problem for Sedlak there.
One apiece in that column.
I noticed John
45.
Yesterday on the 302s, 305 staying on the treble 20, because it makes sense to start in the 18s there to at least give you an opportunity to get down to the 170. But it's advantage Sedlak. He just needs to stay straight, and that's a stunning dart. And decisions to be made now.
80.
Not for me, but there you go.
Surprise at this slow start from John.
97. Vito, you require 38.
He could have put a 4-point lead if he'd won this game. Yes, now he's thinking. Maybe just a little bit too late.
6.
Well thrown dart.
John, you require 160.
Grazes the outside wire. Now there's
95.
pressure.
Vito, you require 32.
I think it's pressure, but I think he's up to it. His throw is very solid. There's the a concentration. No panic just yet.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Viteslav Sedlak.
We talked about the pressure on his throw there, but like I said, when you've got a really, there's not a lot of body movement. You know, he's against the one player I always say about body movement. You've got to be talented if you can throw a dart like John Henderson, but his timing is immaculate. You know, you look at him. We saw a couple of times yesterday when his timing was just 43. Off, but that rocking and rolling is all part of what he does. But this is beautiful.
Yeah, and when you've got a throw like this, making those adjustments are a little easier, aren't they? Because you've got that little bit more feel.
100.
Feel is my favourite word. They get a house point when they come and see me. As soon as you say the word feel, because that is so important. I've stood behind a knocker before I've thrown a dart thinking this is going to be a 180.
Yeah. 125.
You just start your process and it just feels right. You feel good. Your hand alignment where he is there. You pull it back and you think, this is easy. And then the next time you go up, you hit a big one.
43.
Well, maximum of 3 legs to go, and John's got to win them all. Oh, he's going to be making a
180
losing start to the day.
Yeah, I can assure you that the players in the players area will all be cheering for Viteslav.
78.
John gets a 4-point lead, so,
153.
albeit so early on the Tuesday, but then you start looking at that 10 points as well, and John will be feeling good, but makes it very interesting if Sedlak wins this match.
97.
It'll just allow the group to bunch back up, won't it?
Yeah, and someone like Neil Duff, who thought yesterday maybe it's all over and done with.
140.
Well, he'll be looking to do
John
today what John
56.
did yesterday and win at least 4 out of 5.
Game shot on the fifth.
You'd have to really go
John
in
Henderson.
a group of this quality to try and go through the card.
Yeah, nice 14 dart from Hendo, but at 3-1 down, he's finally
sixth leg. It's Viteslav to throw first.
This is important
Game
now. Viteslav's darts, and all you want at this point is just one treble.
96.
And that will feel like absolute gold dust, that last dart. And that, what you're making your opponent then needs 140, and that's a perfect dart for Hendo. This is begging him. Just moves, opens the bed. There's the process.
140.
And the execution was just off, but job done, 140, and that puts the pressure now on Sedlak, who's now 40 behind. So you start thinking, already, if I don't hit a treble here, now it's only level game, so it's only this dart I am ahead.
100.
Beautiful.
Big John, of course, a former World Cup winner with Peter Wright. World Cup. A few changes this year. Changes that I'm certainly in favour of, with it going to pairs all the way through. You a fan of that, Glenn?
I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. I went to the first World Cup in Rayton Meadows, Rayton Sands in Sunderland. It was just the worst event. I thought this will never last, but they've persevered. They've listened to the players as well. They've listened to the public, and I think it's a brilliant decision.
Back in the days when the PDC introduced the world pairs, which is more a case of where players from the same manufacturer were put together, and that was pairs all the way
44.
through. It was exciting because it gave everybody a chance. So much so, myself and Steve Rule made the final. And I think when you see the World Cup over that format, for the match.
73.
Yes, I remember you playing with Steve, because County Durham lad, isn't he?
It gives the lower ranked players it's a bit of a leveler, isn't it, pairs?
I just think it's going to be a great watch. Surprised at this.
27. Vito, you required 32.
And this is for the match. He came out the traps yesterday, did Viteslav. And this would be a big win after the demolition job Hendo did on him yesterday. No panic just yet. Just moves across the hockey.
No score.
Not on this occasion, but 3 well-thrown darts, Chris.
Yeah, I thought that final dart was in there. Like you say, he will be back. Under some pressure, though. Shake of the head from John, thinking, well, where were these in this leg?
139. Vito, you required 32.
I feel like this will be the last chance he'll have at 32. There's his marker. And a very impressive opening performance from Sedlak. Persistent throughout against the brilliant John Henderson, who just did not come out the traps in the first game there. Sedlak will be absolutely delighted after losing his last 3 games. The momentum is back with the check. Double 16 there right at the end was the deciding factor. For John Henderson, he'll scratch his head, but he'll come back fighting, I'm sure. And next up, a heavyweight contest already. Gilliland, who was absolutely brilliant yesterday against the German Lukas Wenig, back after this short break.
Well, a slow start for the league leader John Henderson this morning has opened the door for the chase-in pack here. One of Gilliland and Lukas Wenig will join him on 8 points with a win in this one. Of course, Wenig was the 4-1 winner when the two met yesterday. Gilliland actually had the higher average in that one, up above 96.5, but Wenig pinned 4 of his 6 attempts at the outer ring, got the job done to end the day level with the Northern Irishman. To see who picks up the points in this one and moves level with Hendo, let's hand back to Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, a surprising start to the day. John Henderson, I did not expect that in his first game. I think that just could be a wake-up call for him, so it might not be just the end of the world for him right just yet. Maybe go back and thinking, did complacency get it in the way there? But rest assured, with John Henderson will work on that. But for Viteslav Sedlak, that's a wonderful start, because I did begin to worry. Hence the reason Duzz's tips was for him to lose heavily against John Henderson and Gilliland, but he's proved me wrong, and I'm absolutely delighted for him. 2 players in your picture, both won 3 games yesterday. Gilliland in your picture there, started playing dart age 17, started representing his county Antrim when he was 26, and was absolutely delighted in 2016 to start representing Northern Ireland, and has played for Northern Ireland since. And his best friend in the game, Chris, Neil Duff.
First leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Talking of that,
game on.
It came up on my memories from 23 years ago today. I actually made my international debut.
You don't look old enough.
23 years ago. Where is that time gone?
What a team it is as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was some lineup.
He's too modest to say, but just on proper boards as well. Just a little 33 average for Chris.
Yeah, just under the 100.
Martin Freeman. Wow.
Yeah.
What an actor he's become.
Well, incredibly, my dad played darts with Martin for years and years and years, and I ended up playing Super League with Martin, and then lo and behold, on my debut against Wales, ended up playing Martin.
135.
Yeah, Steve Beaton in the side, Kevin Painter, Merv King prevented me from being man of the match with a 35-44 on those old boards.
45.
And, well, a player so sadly missed, Phil Nixon. He had a 32-67, and he was making his debut that day as well. Matt Clark, who we've seen have so much success here at the Super Series.
137.
Martin Adams, Dennis Ovens, Andy Fordham, another player so sadly missed. Wayne Marden, Andy Hayfield.
46.
My old pal from London.
Just 30 average after 30 average, and an old school money on them boards. That is sensational.
Yeah, I suppose now the number is more
98.
Sort of the new 90 is 100, isn't it? Of course, the boards are so much easier to play on.
Yeah, I've got high hopes for the guy in your picture, Lukas
55.
Wenig.
Christian requires 76.
But he did say he's come here not with great confidence.
And he's not started
Gilliland looks at 76.
He's not started this match with a lot of confidence. Double 12. Gilliland, however,
52.
Missing double 12 for a 15. Lukas, after 12, back on 306. Not sure what's going on here.
99. Christian required 24.
Sarcastic response there when he hit the treble 20. Where have you been? But for Chris,
game shot on the first
finished the job off. Keep it simple.
Gilliland.
I thought he was absolutely fantastic yesterday, and both myself and Chris's sort of outside bet to top group here.
Second leg, it's Lukas to throw first.
Because he's the type of player on his day can beat any other player. It's just whether or not he's got that B game to scrap out a 4-3. But he looks very concentrated behind.
Yeah, I didn't know a lot about him until he started playing down in Southampton in the early stages of the Super Series, or the then Live League, and yeah, everything
60.
about him I like. I like the action, I like the attitude.
Yeah, we crossed horns a little bit when I played for England, talking about 23 years ago. I come across Chris with England versus
81.
Northern Ireland a couple of times.
Not
dangerous
23 years ago, though.
2016, so what's that, Chris? 7 years ago. Yeah. Happy days when you put that England shirt on.
What year did you make your debut?
55.
I'm not sure. Honestly, I am so bad. But I went to Canada, whatever year that was. But no, I made my debut for in Wales about 2000 I don't know, 12, 13.
Right.
Yeah, absolute shocking memory. I was just so in the zone. I do remember 2015 winning the World Masters. I think that was a huge turning point for me in Hull. John Gwynn, I can still hear the commentary now against Larry Butler. And I just felt that's when my career really started to change. But playing for England up to then was just a dream come true.
I actually did the comms. I'm pretty sure I did the comms on that one, but I definitely did the comms on the one that Ratajski won.
And what I remember of him was that modern player coming
120.
in, eating sort of energy bars and just doing everything right.
And he wasn't spectacular, but every round was
80.
Mid-90s
Christian required 121.
A new sort of style play for me that I'd never ever seen before. Fit, just very strong mentally, and like I say, just doing things that no players were doing in the BDO then, and just eating correctly.
40.
And speaking of fitness, this guy is super fit as he looks at tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
I think he was beginning to panic a little bit in that first leg, and when it's a best of 7, you want to get on the board, and I had a feeling that this game could go the full distance.
Game on.
This is the one when you thought there might be a few 180s in, isn't it?
Yeah, but that bet's already out the window. Vita put paid to me on that one. So you guarantee that there'll be no 180s in this. Come on, Lukas.
140.
Yeah, I saw him in the supermarket yesterday.
Hunting for protein, wasn't he?
Yes. I put my pie and chips down out of respect and got myself some fruit.
140.
Fruit salads.
It's better from both players. Just beginning to warm up now and
140.
peppering that 90 average now is Gilliland. He's using the 19's bed there. Purely the fact he's on that 266, a treble 20 here. Or the treble 19. I couldn't understand why he went back down. He seemed to cover that.
Yeah, the treble 20 looked certainly more open than the 57. He needs a treble now.
81.
How quick these best of sevens can turn. It looked all Gilliland in leg one.
Yeah,
95. Lukas required 140.
So when it goes under the treble, you'll see him stay there. That's the perfect dart for Wenig.
You can see by
100. Christian required
Gilliland started
129.
19s. 57 leaves 72. The 19 leaves 110. So treble 20 and ball cancel that. Can stay there though. Treble 19 leaves double 16.
97. Lukas required 40.
And this is for a breaker throw, importantly. Double 10. They're wild.
Game shot on the third leg.
Sometimes that just happens, and you can see the reaction from there because he knows he got away with murder there because the first two darts were not where he wanted to go. The double 10, he just pats himself
it's Lukas to throw first. Game on.
And I think that's really sensibly. Just re-collaborate. Just get back to the process. A nice treble 20 here.
60.
Gilliland would be delighted to hear that score of 60, and he'll want to put that leg to bed. He needs to break Lukas now. So his strategy is very, very simple.
100.
Lukas has been playing since he was
39.
14. He preferred the soft tip of that, like many Germans did. Loves a 1-2-1 finish, he told me. Gary Anderson, Michael Smith, his favourite dart players, but very inspired by Clemens and Schindler and Max Hopp.
180.
There's the first 180 of this match from Gilliland. Are we going to see a follow-up?
180.
Wait for one. And we get two back-to-back.
Does his tips absolutely flying now? I like the bull here.
105.
So does he.
What we saw yesterday with Lukas, what fabulous board management. From 200s and 300s, he was already thinking how to get down to a finish. I think that really, really impressed me.
Well, it's 95. How he's adapted
Christian
from soft
required 116.
Because we see
you don't
so
always
often,
see that, do you?
Yeah, that players who come from that background really do struggle to get their head around the numbers. If you've not played soft tip darts, all the counting
92. Lukas required 127.
This is a must hit. Gilliland has responded very, very nicely here.
77. Christian required 24.
Yeah,
broken in the last leg.
To break straight back, isn't it? Double 6 for a 14 dart breaker throw. This has got to go. Wenig waiting on 50.
18. Lukas required 50.
Wenig, is it your day? He's getting some opportunities, and when opportunity knocks, you have to execute the double.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Lukas
Wenig does. And Gilliland will be absolutely furious.
Well, you mentioned averages and how they lie.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Perfect example for you, does it?
Yes. So get your messages to me at Does a 180 and tell me the importance of averages when you see that.
60.
You want to get in touch at MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. If you want to contact Glenn direct, it's at Duzza180, DUZZA180. Got any questions? Get them in. Or if you've got any comments, try and keep it as civil as possible.
97. $123.
Tungsten teaser. Youngest ever winner.
Well, I'm going to go for Nathan Gervin on that. What were the other questions?
100.
Who's had the most 170s? What was the third one?
170s, I'll go Robert Owen.
60.
I like your tactic there. And we'll find out of our production team what the other...
180.
Oh, and the third one was the highest
76.
losing
Pressure
average.
requires 64.
You'll see him stay on the 16s and 8 bed. He'll stay there. Big target. This time it's tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
It's clinical.
Chris Gilliland.
Gets the hold in his first leg in 4. He won the opening leg, lost the next 3.
Sixth leg, it's Lukas to throw first.
15 dart hold
Game
there,
on.
and the work starts here for Gilliland with Lukas having the darts to win it 4-2.
Yeah, I like the points of Chris Gilliland's
85.
darts. Very long. I think it's a MIB grip or MIB. I don't know what I've said there, but I think they really suit with them flat darts. You can still see the bed because of that really
60.
long point. I think it really suits the way he throws it. I think he must have worked on the balance of his dart for a long time as Chris.
Yeah, well, they've changed the rules on the points.
100.
Well, it's being introduced in, I think, about 9 months' time, maybe 10 months' time.
See, I thought it was introduced straight away, and I was watching the Pro Tour that week, and Simon Whitlock got to the final. I guess he's the one.
58.
Yeah, I think they've given the players a year to make a transition across from these real aggressive points, which do tear up the board. And obviously, from the point of view of the manufacturer and from the production side of things, you want the images to be as clean as possible.
How decisive was that 180 there? You don't often see much reaction from Lukas.
136.
That 180 there, 136, a minimum of 6 darts, and what a perfect start. This is what it's all about.
120.
Absolutely clinical there from Wenig, and from absolute nowhere really took absolute control of this game.
Nearly 316 in 6.
100.
No
Lukas requires 16. Game, shots, and the match.
And Lukas Wenig makes
Wenig.
a very, very tidy start to his campaign on Moving Day Tuesday. He won this tie 4-1 yesterday with a 92-66. He's won it today with an 87-47 by the identical scoreline of 4-2. 4-1-8 is in there. Does have got that right. 4 out of 9 on the doubles for Lukas, 44%. When we come back, it's the final 2 players of the group of 6 in this Group A, and it will be Dan Reed up against Neil Duff.
So then, Neil Duff and Dan Reid complete our opening round of fixtures this morning, a game that we've all bookmarked as a game of huge significance for both players. Duff, of course, looking to put down a bit of a marker on move-in day. He's well versed in this format, so will know it's not time to panic just yet, but needs to up his scoring to allow himself more opportunities at the back end of legs today. As for Dan Reid, he didn't do a great deal wrong yesterday, but find himself on 4 points. He'll be hoping that his points tally matches his level of performance in this session. To see who comes through this crunch clash then, let's return to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Well, it was a disappointing end to the day yesterday for Sedlak, who made a winning start to the day over John Henderson. And the same could be said for Neil Duff. He went down 4-1 in this one and only averaged, well, in the 70s. And that was our only average in the 70s that day, after Glenn made a comment prior to that match.
Well, I'm going to make another comment here that this is the moment Neil Duff really kicks in. Now, I've been so impressed with this guy in your picture yesterday. More about his mentality.
First leg, it's Neil to throw
played
first.
3, lost 3 yesterday affect him. But I just think Neil Duff, he just looks in a different mood today. He had real problems getting here yesterday and arrived very late in the early hours of Monday morning. And he just seemed quiet next door.
140.
But I've come in this morning, he had a little joke about Henry's teaser and give us some answers. And I just thought to myself, you know, you're in good spirits today, considering you sat on 2 points.
100.
It'd be very easy sat there moping about. So I think...
yeah, that's not his character, though, is it?
I think today could be the day for him, which usually
60.
means one thing.
Yeah, he won't thank you for that. Yeah, I think it's imperative. He just makes a winning start. Just to feel like his campaign has begun in this Group A. Joining us for the first time, Group A, 6 players over 3 days, so 15 matches, 5 matches a day for each player. 2 points for a win. The winner on Wednesday afternoon, when this is complete, goes straight through to Saturday night's final. Positions 2 and 3 going to Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night. 4, 5 and 6 are joined by 3 more players.
125. Dan, you require 81.
Dan Reid has come flying out the box, and this is for an 11 darter. What a start from Dan Reid.
Dan Reid.
180 setup, followed by 2 dart combination finish and 81. Neil Duff making his move. No, thank you, does it? I'm flying, and today is my day.
I was impressed with him yesterday. Didn't panic at all. Didn't get off to a great start in terms of results. Lost his opening match 4-2 to Chris Gilliland.
140.
4-3 despite averaging 90 to Sedlak. And then started to find a bit of form.
140.
And then 4-1 against Neil Duff with a 94-24. Oh no, my apologies. He lost to Lukas with a 94. Lukas averaging nearly 99 in that one.
Yeah, he had a couple of 98 something, didn't he, and change. But look at the concentration levels on this guy.
121.
As if he heard my interview earlier where I said it was all about Neil Duff. I said yesterday, he looks like a guy from where I live,
70.
Jordan Matthews, and Jordan messaged me. I said, but now I'm seeing Jarko Kamula. Do you remember him?
Smiler.
For me, it's all about the eyes there. Look at the concentration levels he's got.
94.
Mindset and focus when you get on the rocky there. I mean, it's beautiful conditions for, it's just you, the board. He just seems to have got that right.
43. Dan, you require 86.
Jarko in the first round, and yeah, that was the end of that. I was marking about 15 minutes later.
Game shot on the second leg.
Sensational.
Dan Reid.
This is some start. An 11 darter in leg 1. A breaker throw, consolidated with a 15
third leg,
dart
it's Neil
hold.
to throw first. Game on.
Hit the stage running.
Yes, I thought it was a fairly lethargic start from the 4 previous players, but
66.
That was the hors d'oeuvre, and right now this is the main course, because this is sensational stuff from Dan Reid. He is in the zone right now, and Neil Duff is like any positive walking onto the Rocky right now.
180.
He's just been smashed to bits, and it's all pure positivity from Reid so far.
Wow.
60.
On this occasion, does up. Averages do count.
That's when you start getting the record books out.
Yeah, well, the problem for Neil, he'd have thought to himself, right, let's just try and make a winning start to the day, but he just walked into just a savage
85.
blast from Reid. Dan most definitely is the man right now.
81.
A maximum was needed for Duff.
58. Daniel required 140.
As this would be another breaker throw, and he's got 6 darts again and a steady ton now. That's begging for a treble.
60.
This time, so still an outside chance for Duff, but he has to put some pressure on their 80, because you feel that the way Dan Reid's playing right now, that's going to go. He should use the bull here.
65. Daniel require 80.
A minimum of a 2 big treble visit there needed for Duff. Double 10. A good guide.
60. Neil, you require 167.
Well, you need a catalyst, you need a spark. And that's not it. We heard the laugh from here, the sarcastic
41.
laugh, but for Dan Reid,
20.
Just needs to execute this, because a couple of missed darts at a double. And this gets just a little bit ugly.
Game shot on the
But
third leg.
Is absolutely
Dan
beautiful.
Reid.
Keeps his average over 104. Just shy of 105, and this is the way to do it. 3-0 lead,
Fourth
2
leg,
breaker
stands to
throws.
throw first. Game on.
You feel it. Reid's to lose from here.
Yeah, more bad news, as you mentioned, for Neil Duff, because Reid has the darts to win it 4-0.
100.
Start looking at the legs difference, don't you?
This is a real statement of intent. Abby called it Moving Day Tuesday. And I said the winner of this game is going to go on and have a fantastic
40.
day. If I was really put on the spot, I really felt it was going to be Neil Duff. This guy has been absolutely sensational, and he just needs to finish it off now and just keep that good feel factor about the day.
60.
He wants to just stay over that 100 average.
Well, it sends out a bit of a statement to the field, doesn't it?
93.
Just a very enjoyable group. I really enjoyed yesterday. And I think it's a fairly slow start. I would never have said John Henderson would come out and play like he did. And I thought Gilliland had missed opportunities against Wenig, so the standout player so far has been Dan Reid. But he needs to finish the job off now, because he's just got a little quiet.
140.
His last 6 darts have been 60 and 41. And he really needs to find that treble bed again, I feel.
55.
He's got to not fall into that trap where you start going on the defensive rather than the attack. And it's easily done when you're in front, isn't it?
Sprint
58.
through the winning line. Dip like Colin Jackson. There's one for the oldies. Why wasn't that in the quiz yesterday, Chris?
Yeah, Colin Jackson, the famous
60. Neil, you require 170.
60-metre hurdler from Wales, wasn't he? He was from Cardiff.
28.
And that hurts. Neil Duff will be absolutely raging at that point, because he has this leg in the bag.
Well, especially when you've worked hard to get back into the leg, and then you just sort of hand it back, and Dan Reid's gone.
Neil, you
Thank you very
require
much.
142.
That's a sign of a great player, where you've got the opportunity from 185 to put some pressure on. And 45 after 18 darts, which seems like an eternity for Dan Reid, which the way he has been playing.
Daniel required 45.
And he just put to bed what would be a sensational opening game for Dan Reid.
5. Neil, you require 82.
Does this one have a twist? 17 leaves tops.
42. Dan, you require 40.
It's Dan Reid again for tops. Oh, he hit this double five already. I think he hit exactly the same spot for a fantastic 4-0 victory. Confident, clean, decisive. He'll be absolutely delighted. And you can see the reaction as he walks up the stage. Neil Duff has absolutely sprinted away to work out what he needs to do, because he'll be hugely disappointed. Only one dart at a double for Neil Duff in that match. Dan Reid did the job. He was absolutely brilliant in them opening 3 legs. Is Moving Tuesday all about Dan Reid? That really bunches up the group. The top 5 players, 2 sat on 8 points, 3 sat on 6 points. It's all to play for. Every point is big right now, and it gets no bigger than the next game. Lukas Wenig against Big John Henderson.
Lukas Wenig and John Henderson up next then, and we expect a bit of a reaction from Hendo in this one after a sluggish start in his opener. Averaged 78.5 in that one in the end, with far too many trebleless visits. Can he regroup to become the first player on to 10 points, or will his opponent leapfrog him and move into double figures himself? Hendo was the 4-1 winner when they met yesterday. Will it be repeat or revenge? Let's hand back to Duzzer and Mace to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, it has got that feel about it, hasn't it? And well, I know one player will be happier of the two right now, and that will be that man there, Lukas Wenig, who made a very positive start to his day, defeating Chris Gilliland 4-2, where John Henderson went down 4-2 with a 78.63, something that myself and my co-commentator Glenn Durrant certainly didn't predict. This one, Lukas Wenig 4-5, 10-11 about John Henderson when they met yesterday. It was John Henderson who got the better of Lukas. 4-1, 4 out of 7 on the doubles. And
first leg, it's Lukas to throw first. Game on.
Why Big John picked up the spoils. But today, roles are reversed and it's Lukas with the darts. He's the one who has made the much
81.
more positive start.
Yeah, I was surprised that John Henderson's first game today. He'll want to absolutely correct that now. It's a tough ask against Lukas Wenig.
140.
I think I felt like Lukas played John yesterday and he went 1-0 up and something really strange happened with him, and all of a sudden his body and his, you know, his head movement was just
41.
totally different, as if he just maybe showed a little bit too much respect to John Henderson, and it was the only sign of weakness that I saw in Lukas, who freely admits he hasn't come in here in fantastic form. He's here at the MODUS Super Series to, you know, build some momentum as the season sort of moves on, and he'll have been delighted with that win over Chris in his opening game of the day. And you just feel like this is a big match. The first player to go on 10 points with the winner of this game, and that 10 points is a mark where it's a big tick. Job done. Let's move on.
45.
Welcome
46.
For those of you joining us on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, if you are joining us for the first time, please subscribe.
100.
And see that little thumb? Just press on that for us. It helps with the analytics and the search engine. And don't forget to hit the notification bell, and we'll send you an alert every time we do go live and every time there's any new content.
John, you require 76.
We talked about the importance of this type of finishing. One down the tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clinical. That is not the John Henderson who opened up the show today. I think sometimes he just need a step back to move forward, and I think he'll have got back in the players' area and thought, I'm not going to get complacent, and I'm going to get ready for what's got a big game against Lukas. I want to get that 10 points and get up and running again. His target will probably 4 wins out of 5 again. Well, he's already lost that one game, so he'll be looking to run through the card now.
140.
He's not the Flying Scotsman, of course. That's Gary Anderson, but very much like a train. He just takes 55. A bit of time to get going, but once he gets a head of steam up, look out.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the debutants as well. I think Lukas will be working out when he was at his best yesterday, because he did ping in a couple of 99 averages in, but also in between a couple of messy matches as well. So for me, he looks like the type of player who'll self-reflect and look at the games yesterday.
93.
What can he do to improve? And I wonder if he saw in himself what we saw when he played Hendo, where, you know, it just, yeah, his action sort of went as if his bottle went.
140.
Yeah, the action just broke down a bit, but he's going through that evolutionary stage of his career where he's got to now establish a B game, something that we talk about, and it's 59. So important for a player going forward. 81. Yes, it's important you have that high ceiling, but for me, it's more important that you've got that consistent level in the mid-90s somewhere.
We started double 16. When I spoke to Lukas, he said, I've got 110 average in me, Glenn, but I've also got a 75 at the moment. I can't find anything sort of in the middle of that. I think that's what he'll be working on. And there's the frustration for Hendo. I think John will already thinking of the
11. Lukas, you require 32.
Excellent, but this will be a breaker throw again. There's a fantastic marker. So he should really move across the bed. Now what that does, it widens the angle.
Game shot on the second leg.
And you just use them two pieces of tungsten in the way and just sort of embed them off that. And that's a fantastic start. Once again, he pats himself on the thigh.
Third leg, it's Lukas to throw first.
And that's his reset to go. So he was broken in the first leg. But a quick break back, and it's parity.
That was another 85. Reason of my thoughts on changes I'd make in the game in regards to Q School, where it can sometimes be a little bit of a lottery that if
83.
If you did do it on the challenge tour, that evolutionary process of a player's game and learning how to get a B game would evolve, where if you've not got too much experience at a high level and then you're thrown into that top 128, you can just get swallowed up, and your game will just plateau. It won't have enough time to develop.
180.
Darts like that from John Henderson. He doesn't need much more developing, but I know what it's like to be right at the top of your game in that 128. It's
100.
It's a great feeling when you're looking at yourself at the draw. If I've got him board final. But what a lonely, horrible place the Pro Tour is when you're losing game after game. Especially when you're sort of, like we talked about, the action going for Lukas there. When you know you're not playing well, it's like
82.
just a sea of lions who are just ready to grab you. And then you start losing to players, and then you get disheartened. And that's why I was so pleased to see Steve West play so well. I could see sort of his head drop at the Pro Tour.
100.
And
John, you require
suffering with injuries,
156.
etc. And it was great to see him using this platform to get back to where he wants to be.
Well, as you well
55.
know,
Lucas, you require 76.
And likewise, it's just a ruthless environment that doesn't allow you to sometimes get yourself back going and find confidence.
John, you require 101.
If you're just below par, you will get swallowed up.
Yeah, I was once that lion. As John Henderson looks at 101, tops.
81.
Both of them had a dart to double the tops 40. In this leg. But with 3 in your hand, it's advantage Wenig.
Game shot on the third leg. Lukas Wenig.
First hold of throw in the match.
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first. Game on. $55. $82.
Just try to force
100.
that second dart in. Not ideal for John. The treble 20 low in the 60.
$100.
Once again, somebody just squeezes into that treble 20 bed. You feel like this is a big leg in this match. 3-1 down and 2-2 was absolutely
123.
massive.
Yeah, if you've seen the arc of the two players, Henderson's a much more flatter trajectory. So with Lukas, it's a lot more loopy.
123.
So he can dink that dart over the top, can't he?
Yeah, we talked yesterday when John's about to release the dart. Look at that point touching the ceiling. And actually, Lukas is actually touching the floor. Now, the traditional is John Henderson's way, but watch the way he's aiming at the floor there so that he loops that dart at the beginning.
It shouldn't work.
It shouldn't, but I guess
100.
Big
John,
biceps help.
140.
Great start. All you can do now is set it. You've seen the disappointment. It was purely the fact that first start was so sweet. And the 96 finish is all about the first start. That is perfect. 2 darts at double 8. He'd be feeling good right now. There's his marker.
78.
And now he'll be feeling, you can see the immense disappointment 40. Because the hard work was done there.
Incredibly, prior to that visit, his average was exactly 96, and he wanted 96. Big John Henderson wants tops
Game shot
and gets tops.
Play. John Henderson.
For a very, very important holder throw. Like you say, that was a huge swing leg.
Yeah, that
fifth
last
leg,
dart
it's Lukas
as well.
to throw
Just
first.
for your opponent.
Game on.
Maybe you're looking at the floor, Lukas, as you throw that last one, and you're just hoping to hear the tone from Charlie just to say no score.
57.
That's all to play for now, and hence the reason the 57. They can feel the disappointment in them 3 darts there. You possibly feels like that's a missed opportunity.
60.
Not punished.
Yeah, people, inexperienced players, I try to say to them, just learn how to score 60
127.
Let them 60s turn into 100s, 100 into 140s. But it's a process. I didn't win my first main title until I was 45, and I'm getting kids 15, 16 wanting big things. And that's what happens after years and years of practice. And 180s at the right time as well. Timing is key in this game.
Well, we live in an era where Everybody wants everything yesterday without applying themselves and doing the graft. Remember, we live in a world where people are now famous for watching famous people.
60, 180, 180 from John Henderson, just at the right time at 2-2. Lukas had 2 darts to go 3-1 up in this game.
John, you require
and the
81.
Swing has been absolutely massive, but you have to finish off. Despite the fact you've had 2 maximums in the leg, you feel as Bulls a must hit.
Game shot on the Viteslav.
What a leg of darts that is from Henderson. A 12 darter, 81 on the ball, and well, within
sixth leg, it's John to throw
2
first.
and a bit minutes.
Game on.
Lukas Wenig was on 96, hit a treble 20. He's missed 2 at double 18, and from being in a position to finding himself 3-1 up and in absolute control, he's 3-2 down.
That's what happens in a best of 7. And that's why when you get them opportunities against someone like John Henderson, you've only got yourself to blame.
Well, this isn't being critical, but Wenig has been at this point throughout the entire match, and it's a little one-paced. Although the pace is outstanding, he needs that little kick, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I've been really interested to see Lukas play this week. I've been very impressed in what I've seen so far, but when you're up close and personal like this, you can sort of see the flaws, the strengths, the weaknesses.
138.
He's 28-year-old. You know, he's
baby in darting terms still.
Absolutely. If you can't learn from something from this week, and you know, like I say, self-reflection is really important. Is it his scoring? Is it his doubles?
John, you require 100.
All the stats are out there for you. For John Henderson, this has been a massive turnaround. I don't think he needs to panic with double-double at this stage, and just a straight 60.
60.
And that's a wonderful set of darts there from John Henderson.
$180.
Some pressure on this 40. But it's all about John Henderson right now. That is the perfect marker for him.
Game,
and what a dart that is. A big 2 points for John Henderson. The first player to go on to 10 points this week. Magnanimous in defeat, Lukas. Look at the respect between 2 players. And at 2-1 up, 2 missed darts at a double for Lukas Wenig and a 97.29 for Lukas, who shouldn't be 2 down when he looks at the stats there. But the telling tale, 2 from 9 from Lukas Wenig and 2 darts at double 18. But it was all about John Henderson. He put the afterburners on after that. He got it to 2-2. Was absolutely magnificent to see out the game, and a big conclusion, a big 2 points. And next up, the return of Viteslav Sedlak and a very, very impressive Dan Reed.
Viteslav Sedlak and Dan Reid are next up this morning. Reid with a real statement display to whitewash Neil Duff last time out. He ended with an average just a shade under 90, but that was dragged down significantly by a 24-dart leg at the end, having kicked off proceedings with an 11. Can he build on that here against the Czech, who has again got off to a positive start to proceedings? Sedlak benefiting from Hender's below-par start to the session to get his third win of the week. To talk you through this one then, let's return to Glenn and Chris.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abby. Yeah, both of these will be feeling really good. The guy in your picture, I thought, was the player of the first matches. It was a big game against Neil Duff, and we talk about moving Tuesday, but this guy continues to impress. I had my concerns on the balcony talking with Abby, saying it could be a tough day for him after winning his opening 2 games yesterday, but then 3 losses at the end. How is he going to react? I did mention now he has got someone here with him because his English is very, very poor. And my Czech isn't great. I think the only thing that Adam Gaulis has taught me is words I shouldn't be using. So, yeah, interesting game.
Certainly can't repeat them anyway, let's put it that way.
Interestingly, every player that's thrown first today has lost.
Which is a rarity.
First leg, it's Vitas to throw first. Game on. $60.
Yeah, the opening couple of legs from Dan Reid against Neil Duff has been the highlight, and he just smashed that beddies in again now. So I'm sure when he went back,
140.
He'll just got himself ready and just continued to the same trend of maybe just going around the board on doubles, practicing your scoring, and that preparation's key.
57.
But there's a big difference when you're in that players' lounge until as soon as you walk on their hockey there, and he'll be just replicating what he did last time, is, I guess, would be my advice.
140.
Another tremendous start. Be the first time many players have seen Vitas. I
60.
did a little bit of homework on him, and where's this name come from? But he's got 90 averages in him, and 3 big wins already this week. But the win over John Henderson will be a big highlight for him, that's for sure. Just wants to continue that momentum of the throw. And sometimes he seems to be pulling away.
58.
And you can see the all blown on the fingers in there. It's not affecting Dan Reid at all. As long as you don't bust.
140.
Another sensational start. 12 darts. He wants a 1-dart finish. Today's been so far all about Dan Reid.
59. Daniel required 40.
No pressure, but he'll want to hit this straight away. If he
Game
can
shot on the first leg.
get some staggering average on the board again, and once again he's come flying out the traps, and this is superb stuff. Magnificent.
Yeah,
second leg, it stands to throw first. Game on.
Throw in leg 1. 3-1-40s in the leg. 41.
100.
And out on the double. He did produce a beautiful 11-dart leg in leg 1 of his match with Neil Duff. So he's literally out of the blocks like Colin Jackson.
Yeah, he's a virtuoso
96.
And you can see him, he can't wait to get the hockey. It's a lovely feeling when you're playing well up there and things are going great. He probably feels like he can run through the card today. So it's complacency
100.
is the one thing that he needs to avoid.
Well, we talk about body language a lot, and you can see the difference in the two, can't you? Just literally, I always call it giving it the eye test. And
60.
like you say, look how positive and alert Dan Reid is, and like you say, he's literally get me on the hockey. And by comparison,
60.
you can see the concern in the body language and on the face of Sedlak.
Yeah, just right at the top of his nose there, you can sort of what's going on here. And I used to, when I'm getting
100.
battered in a match, I used to always think, just run your own race, get yourself back to his home where he practices, and just try and find a real happy place. And if it's good enough, but when you're up against stuff like this, there's not an awful lot you can do.
Super analogy, that Glenn, and it's something probably why my career was though not littered with total disappointment, but again, a great
93.
phrase, run
Daniel
your own
required
race, and that is so
101.
important to do.
Yeah, I think one of my strengths was I never knew when I was beaten. I think I was a good match player. I never had the talent of Dan Reid, but I worked really, really hard. And
81.
My B game was
Vito, you
at times the best in the world.
152.
I never had an A game of Gerwin, Price Van Gerwen, but I could win ugly.
It's more satisfying anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, I hated the term grinder, but that's what I was.
102.
Lovely board management there from
Daniel
Sedlak,
required 20.
Dan Reid will want to execute this double 10. He's been a bit wild at times on
Game
double
shot
10.
the
He'd be
second
delighted
leg.
with the way that went
Reid.
right in the middle. The positives just continue to tick, tick, tick for Dan Reid.
Third leg, it's Vito to throw first.
He probably
Game
feels
on.
he's been run by a runaway train.
Yeah, he was the 1-2 favourite for this one, and you're seeing
41.
why with numbers like that. 103.66, not for the first time today, well into the tons after the opening couple of legs. Did sort of
60.
wobble, didn't he, in his match?
Yeah, I think the one thing he wants to do now is see out this game with the 4 legs around about that 100 mark.
Yeah.
Like I said, but when you're not being troubled, sometimes you need that fire in your belly.
100.
Well, that's got to come internally sometimes. You've got to set your own challenges when you're up there, when you're well ahead. Just I used to think, just give me one treble. And he's like, one treble, Glenn.
180.
Stunning stuff from Reid. Well, we spoke yesterday, and well, we saw the numbers in all of Dan Reid's previous
60.
appearances at the Super Series, and we saw those high personal best averages, running averages. He does seem to have all the ingredients, that's for sure.
125.
Putting it all together and baking a tasty cake. The icing on the cake. Dan Reid will be winning it this week.
60. Daniel required 136.
A super tough week.
$96.
Not for the first time in this match, and not for the first time today. Tops after 12.
45. Daniel required 40.
The 3-0 and the double break. 2 10s. Well, yeah.
No score.
Sensible.
Agreed.
Never mind averages, just get me the 2 points. The man who's played at the UK Open 3 times is Dan Reid. Very heavily, like many of these MODUS Super Series.
105.
Challenge 2 has
Daniel
been their go-to.
40.
This would be a big win for him this week.
Game shot on the
With
third
darts
leg.
like that, who's to
Dan
argue?
Reid.
Well, come Saturday night, he's not lifting the $5 grand prize.
Didn't you qualify as... Didn't you come
Fourth leg,
through
it
at
stands to throw
qualifiers for the
first.
UK Open
Game
years
on.
ago?
It was, do you know, there was 9 of us there. Robbie Green being one. I would travel to Sheffield the very first year of the UK Open. And it's funny enough, I'm sat next to you.
140.
And you might correct me if I'm wrong, but the story I tell is I got to, and it'd be Graham Usher, and I was on board 8 against Terry Jenkins. And you might correct me here, but this came to me and said, Glenn, you're going to be live on Sky if Phil Taylor beats Chris Mason 8-0 or 8-1. And or 10-0, 10-1, whatever it was, 8-0. And I was like, well, that's not going to happen. And then when Glenn, you're on Sky, because within, you know, Taylor did what Taylor does.
140.
And I got absolutely trounced by Terry Jenkins. A real wake-up call. And I think I might have won 1 leg out of a 9-1, 8-1 to say he absolutely battered me.
Yeah, that's why my memory is there of
180.
you being at the UK Open. Well, I actually lost to, in a similar story, Robbie Green beat Terry Jenkins, and then I lost to Robbie
60.
Green. I don't know what year that was.
I was at the Bolton football ground last week for the boxing. It brought back memories.
Of course you were, for Channel 5.
My highest prize win for a long time, 1,000 quid.
140. Daniel required 161.
That would have been the cherry on the cake. Just respect to Sedlak.
64.
It's been Reid all the way.
41.
He's going to have 2 darts at a double. And that double is double 16. An impressive response.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Absolutely clinical 11 darter. Fantastic darts from the Czech.
And that's one for the highlight reel. 141, 80, 140.
Vitas to throw first.
41
Game
and 2. He'll have that clipped up and put on the old social medias, I'm sure.
So it should. And now it's how do you respond to that? It's in the locker. And then all of a sudden you find this zone.
180.
And then you think, why can't I do this all the time? But you've just got to grab that because it doesn't happen for long. Unless you're the real elite. And all of a sudden,
100.
Dan Reid. And credit to him, that last dart there went through a couple of darts and right in the middle of the treble 20 bed there. But Sedlak, this is great stuff.
60.
Very impressive response from being 3-0 down.
$77.
Yeah, I want to see out the game, Dan Reid. Like I said, if there was one negative, he just sort of he won in 21 darts the last match when he was absolutely flying.
Well,
he'll
have no complaints there at 3-0 up when your opponent goes out in 11. You sort of just hold your hands up and say fair play.
Yeah, he does want to see 3-2 because if Sedlak does get on a bit of a run, panic can set in. Because mentally, he's probably already won this game in his mind. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. He's still 20 behind and Sedlak's a favourite here. But Dan Reid is doing an awful lot wrong in this leg. This is great stuff from the Czech.
134.
Absolutely outstanding. And this is not about Dan Reid, reducing. This is about
81.
Sedlak improving.
Vito requires 67.
Yeah. Well, he's still maintaining the average, isn't he, Dan Reid? But this is to back up the 11 with a 14.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Vito Sedlak.
Well, when he's getting a double, he's not missing. That's 2 from 2.
And it's all done with humility. He's been magnanimous
6th
when
leg,
he's
it's
lost.
Dan to throw first.
And his attributes, and that's what I like. When you're really telling yourself, come on. It's all done not in front of the opponent.
85.
It's all done internally, and that gets like a snarl now. What a fight back this would be. But like I said, Dan Reid doesn't look like he's panicking. It'll be music to his ear if this
100.
is a trebleless visit, but that last dart, once again, it's all to play for right now.
$81.
Yeah, the Czech is pretty formidable when he gets into his zone. Unfairly, I think I felt like it was going to be a really tough day for him. And he's beginning to prove me wrong. And
60.
if he can come back from 3-0 down in this game, it would be monumental for him. The players he's playing early today are the guys that beat him yesterday. So he's at the end of the day
100.
today, he's got the guys he beat.
$81.
Just when you began to think, is this the moment? A treble 20 at the end just gives him an outside chance. But it's all about Dan Reid once again.
100.
I don't think I'd have stayed there on the last dart. I'd gone bull or even the 19s. But for Sedlak, he needs a couple of trebles.
Yeah, the reason why I would have gone bull is it's a beautiful looking finish, the 135.
100. Dan require 135.
Mask it.
Yeah, it's about the setup play now. That just scrapes in.
How much of that ball can he see? We're about to find out.
105.
The line was okay.
Vito require 160.
That may have been caused by that blocker dart.
What a finish this would be. Oh, hello.
120. Daniel requires 30.
Sharp and take a breath in the commentary team. Dan Reid will be feeling absolutely delighted. But a virtual performance there from Dan Reid. Absolutely outstanding. But credit also to Sedlak, who began to fight back from 3-0 down. And there's the respect between the two players. highly fought game, and just look at them averages. 97.48 from Dan Reid. That is elite stuff. That is fantastic dart. Brilliant on the outer ring, 57%. Dan Reid has been absolutely magnificent this morning. But just a little shout out for Sedlak. I don't think we'll be 2 down after that, and he shouldn't be. Just shy of 90 average there, 2 from 3 on the outer ring. So positives from both players there. As we know, 2 good friends on the hockey next, and it's a big game, you feel, for Neil Duff. Chris Gilliland against Neil Duff, back after the short break.
Next up, a battle of the Northern Irishmen and 2 players who know each other very well indeed in Chris Gilliland and Neil Duff. Duff, of course, was looking to get off to a stronger start to today's proceedings, but he was blown away by Dan Reid in his opener, afforded just the 1 dart at the outer ring in that one. And in this particular fixture, he recorded just the 1 leg yesterday as Gilliland pinned 4 of his 6 darts at double to down the WDF World Champion. This, you feel, is a pivotal game if Duff is to keep alive an outside chance of topping Group A and to prevent getting cut adrift. So let's get into all the action with Mace and Duzzer.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, it's getting to a stage now where Neil Duff could be a bit of a spoiler. And when he's so far down, then he can really affect the table because it's so bunched up right now. And you do feel it's a must win. And like I said, not only that, but the really, really good friends. They'll know each other's game so well. It was all Gilliland yesterday. And Neil Duff will have been pretty devastated that opening match against Dan Reid, but to be fair, he was hit with a barrage of punches against Reid. It was absolutely outstanding. But it's now or never, you feel, for Neil Duff.
Yeah, needs to make his move. However, there's been a response in terms of the
first
pricing.
Leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Gilliland's
Game
8-15 and Duff 11-8 shot for this tie, which is in response to, no doubt, performances and players' position.
46.
Table.
Well, some positivity for Neil Duff is that the person thrown first hasn't won today yet. Will that trend continue? And this is a lovely start from Duff.
140.
Chris won this tie 4-1 yesterday with a 94-24 average. 2-1-8 is and 66% on the doubles. He was very, very tidy.
55.
Both players offer defeat today.
140.
Neil Duff who's come out the traps here. Gilliland, slow start of 46 and 55. He was looking for his treble, and there it is.
100.
He's in the game, but Neil Duff's well down the line so far. Another couple of trebles here would be nice.
Lukas Wenig getting the better of Chris Gilliland in his
140.
opening match of the day. 4-2.
We've already seen a few 11 darters today, which is a sign of the quality of this group. And Neil Duff's put him in this position.
135. Neil, you require 81.
Can't finish. I don't think we'll be seeing Neil Duff go for the bull here. And sensibly uses the board, just scrapes into the 10.
41.
To leave his beloved tops.
I think that reaction was, he knows he just wants something to ignite his day. And a 12 darter, just doing something clinically like that may have
133. Neil, you require 40.
I have the feeling even Neil didn't even listen to that. He's that focused on his tops right now.
Neil Duff.
And he'd be absolutely delighted with that 14 darter just to get him up and running. But that's only part of the battle so far.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Needs to execute the win now. The job done of breaking early. There's no point breaking. If you lose your darts, and he'll hate them too.
30.
That's what they say in tennis, isn't it? A break's not a break unless you hold.
Chris Gilliland was absolutely delighted to hear that score of 30.
99.
Straight into the treble, but when you get that dart in the treble 21st dart, there's an element of disappointment when you don't reach three figures. It feels so much different when that treble's the last
100.
Dart. A real looper there.
95.
The timing is just out.
I'm a big fan of Neil Duff, so
100.
I guess it's a big surprise to see him, but he's just getting a little detached from the group now. Even a win here will still leave him in that bottom 6 position. And the guys do see the table in the players area, and it's not 59. Something you want to look at. But he's old enough, wise enough, experienced enough to know what the positives are. And maybe, just maybe, he's already thinking, well, that's Group A done for me now.
97.
Now it's about getting myself in a position where I'm going to be at my best, at my optimum, come Group B or C. He's getting no favours from his good friend here.
121.
Once again, he'd be disappointed with that last dart there. So Duff will, a 1-3-4 would be nice at this stage. I think that's what he's going to hit.
134. Chris, you require 127.
Good thing about this is that you only need 1 treble, but it would leave the bull. 2 trebles would be lovely. But it's the bullseye.
93. Neil, you require 40.
Oh, he's hit this once already, and once again sprints to the
Aim shot on the second leg.
That's a great sign for me that he's feeling rather good. And a 2-0 up, he'd be absolutely delighted. And finally,
third leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Neil Duff is all about the reigning WDF World Champion. He'll be back at Lakeside in December.
It's 30 darts used to win the opening 2 legs.
140.
Averaging 100.20.
$81.
Well, what I liked about that there, when he was hitting ones yesterday, you could see the signs of distress. His strategy was very simple there. The one went in, but the second dart right in the treble 20.
140.
Telling me we're seeing a different Neil Duff in this match. And you don't want to lose to your good friend twice in 2 days.
140.
So, 4th 140. 2 and a bit legs for Duff.
Yeah, the only thing missing in this match so far has been the maximums, but the scoring's been absolutely outstanding. Both players averaging over 100 now.
55. Chris should require 100.
2 data. No need to panic by going double-double at this stage, and that's a sensible setup.
60.
The Ginger Ninja. He's going to have to move from that target area.
43. Chris should require 40.
But maybe, just maybe the leg is over in his mind.
Game shot on the third leg.
Decisive.
Chris Gilliland.
That's his job done, but he has to break Neil Duff now, and Neil Duff will know as he stands there. He's working it out right now.
Game on.
Make him hit a 12 darter will be his philosophy. Well, that doesn't help. He's been a bit sloppy throwing first. He opened up with 30 the last time.
85.
And that treble 20 there at the end was a real saviour. That's the perfect dart, believe it or not, for him. He just sort of loops it over that.
100.
Yeah, if he's gonna miss there.
100.
Good game, this.
Yeah, very good quality. Gilliland has lifted his average up to 98. Neil Duff around 94.
140.
More rhythm to
60.
Neil's throw today.
Yeah, I agree.
Thrown with a bit more confidence. He was a bit tentative yesterday, wasn't he?
Like I said, if he's arrived late, he's probably not got the sleep he wanted. You've got to take all them factors into consideration. But I could just see when I walked into the players area today, he looked a different player. And he won't panic. He's here for the week. You know, whatever happens, you could even use these 3 days for, you know, good practice. That's a sign of someone who's been here before, knows what to do. And peaking at the right time, which is Saturday night. But Gilliland from nowhere is really back in this match.
Yeah, priority number 1 is just
90.
getting to Saturday night.
Neil, you require 156.
That's when it matters. Playing like
40.
A dream all week.
Requires 71.
No good rocking up Saturday night and hitting a brick wall.
Yeah, Barry Van Peer as Gilliland looks for parity.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris Gilliland
in this match because 116 Neil Duff will. He's got a chance with that. It is again only a 1 treble
fifth
finish.
Leg, it's Chris to throw first.
But all the momentum is with Chris right now. More importantly, it's his dart, so he's done the job. He was broken early. Duff held. Well, Chris has done exactly the same.
135. He
becomes the favourite for this match.
Well, from 2-0 up, Neil Duff's not had a double.
81.
Just been a little bit wayward. Not as straight as he'd like to be, and elements of his throw, whereas Gilliland is very consistent. You don't often see him drift into the 501.
140.
Very steady. This would put Gilliland on 8 points alongside Lukas
55.
and Dan. This is shaping up to be a fantastically exciting group. Full of twists and turns before we come to tomorrow afternoon, that's for sure. 59. And this could go down to the penultimate or even the final game tomorrow. So one thing that could be interesting is if Neil Duff is just hanging back as well, because that will really bunch up the other players.
Chris should require 167.
6 starts. $131. Outstanding.
Yeah, stunning setup. Stunning leg, 135, 140. A very good 59.
81.
Followed by 131.
Chris requires 36.
36 after 12. as the average continues to
Game
climb.
shot on the 5th leg.
Well,
Chris Gilliland.
From 2-0 down, he's reeled off 3 legs in 14, 15 and 13 darts to lead 3-2.
6th leg, it's Neil to throw first.
And I think
Game
that's
on.
typical Chris Gilliland. Like I said, he's got that A game. He's got that type of statistic. And like I say, if you can
140.
just scrape a couple of wins as well without being at his best, that would demonstrate to me that he's up for the fight as well. But his A game's as good enough as anybody's this week. Hence the reason he was my outside bet to get through
59.
this group and go all the way to Saturday night where anything can happen. As Group B plays, Group C plays, there's some fantastic talent to come this week.
140.
Back-to-back 140s for Neil Duff. He's not done with yet.
$85.
That's when you thought he was out. He's got total control of this leg of darts, but how important will it be the fact that Gilliland will be throwing last in a potential last leg decider?
$96. Neil, you require 161. $137.
Setup play from both players has been absolutely brilliant. Just sitting back and admiring two players fighting it out, both averaging well over 90. In fact, 180 takes Gilliland over 102 in the average mark.
Game shot.
Brilliant darts, lads. Absolutely outstanding. Deserves the full 7 legs.
Yeah, for sure. This has been
so then final leg. It's Chris to throw
really
first.
Special.
Game on.
There are the averages. But the scoring phase of the contest, look at those numbers. Outstanding from both. Proper game of darts, this, Glenn.
I was just wondering that when he dropped his dart, is that
100?
But that second dart just crept into the treble, and 100 is always a good start. Like I said, makes your opponent need a 140.
85.
Yeah, you've got to try and force your opponent into, well, basically saying to them, unless you go out in 12, pal, you're not going to get a poke.
100.
100, 100, 100, 101 finish will be the thoughts. It's up to this guy to do something really special because he needs 2 trebles here and he's not getting it.
The ultimate old school red pen leg, Glenn.
That's the one. It was always my favourite. There's something special about that leg of darts.
Yeah.
And he's doing exactly that. This is great stuff. When the pressure counts.
140.
Brilliant.
$60. Chris, you require 161. $81.
And that last dart was the fact he didn't panic. He didn't shake his head. He didn't think, what am I doing here? And that last dart for me is the decisive mark.
41.
And Neil Duff, your feel has gone
80.
now. And Chris Gilliland just needs to stay straight on this 80. What a dart that is.
60.
You can see the frustration there, but we'd be happy to see that. The Duff man is all the way back in 256.
100. Chris, you require 20.
Double 10 for Gilliland.
Game,
there
shot,
it is, ultimately
and the match.
darted about high
Gilliland.
scoring and fantastic finishing. Both players demonstrating a quality contest. 2 good friends. Duff once again magnanimous in defeat, and just look at them averages there. Neil Duff wasn't shabby, over 91 average, 75% on the checkout rate. But let's wax lyrical about Chris Gilliland, 100.80 average, 4 from 9 on the outer ring. A double 10 to seal a fantastic contest. A really, really enjoyable game. And next up, after the break, it's Dan Reid against Lukas Wenig.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. All the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m. on a Saturday evening. Why would they want to be anywhere else, right? But back here in Group A, really interesting developments this morning. Chris Gilliland getting the better of Neil Duff, meaning that Duff is still on 2 points. Where do you think it's gone wrong for him over the course of the week so far?
Not sure, just a little bit slow to start. I mean, he played very well in the early stages of that match, and then Chris Gilliland just found another gear, didn't he? And he posted in our first three-figure average of the group. And yeah, I mean, John Henderson bounced back really well from a disappointing start, as did Chris Gilliland. But yeah, and I think when you find yourself at the bottom, you just sort of get separated from the rest of the group, which is exactly what's happening now.
And Dan Reid, as you can see, on 8 points. How impressed have you been with the way that he didn't drop his head yesterday, despite putting in those superb performances? Things weren't going his way in terms of results. His demeanour remained the same, though, didn't it? And that's a really impressive quality.
Yeah, I mean, he lost the opening 3 matches of the session yesterday, unbeaten since, and again, that speaks volumes of his mentality, his resilience, and his approach to the sport. And he's been for me, outside of Chris Gilliland's performance in the last match, he's been the player of the session so far.
And of course, with the exception of Sedlak, we've got so much Super Series experience here this week. And do you think that's going to be the reason why the standard maybe gets higher as we enter the business end of this group? Yeah,
I think people will just become more settled, as will Sedlak as well. He's looking more and more comfortable. The throws there. There's been a few results that could have gone the other way, and yeah, I think it's panning out to be a good group. And listen, I don't have any fears that any one of these, whoever does finish in the bottom 3 or in second or third, will come through Groups B and Group C, because this is a strong field and they'll go into those different groups with confidence.
And Dan Reid, we expect him to maybe maintain that high level from here on out. But Lukas Wenig, what are you expecting from him? Because we perhaps don't really think he's been that consistent so far in this group.
Well, I think it was interesting, and Glenn touched on it in comms, that he's openly said he's not come here with a lot of confidence. And, well, this is a perfect environment to rebuild that confidence and just get used to playing match on match. Again, it takes a different mentality. But I was looking over a piece that Paul Nicholson wrote about the German Super League, where they play way more matches than they play in this. I don't know how they do it. And he reached the semi-finals of that. So he'll probably start to draw on that experience.
And this one, of course, is a fantastic opportunity for one of the players to join Hendo on 10 points. Who's going to do it?
Dan.
Okay, some really interesting noises there. Let's get back into the action then. Glenn, over to you.
Brilliant, thanks guys. Yeah, an intriguing match coming up here, and I'm going to go against Chris, and I think this might be the moment for Lukas Wenig really to demonstrate his qualities, his attributes, his skills against the man of the moment, Dan Reid, who's just getting more and more impressive as they go. Maybe the pace will suit Lukas a little bit more than Dan, but yeah, it's a 50-50 toss of the coin. Super impressive, this guy. He lost his first 3 games yesterday, and here he has got a potential now after 8 games to be sat on 10 points, and that highlights to me real qualities of a player who can really tenacity, and
first leg,
when the chips were down, he was there to be counted. But yeah, sit back and enjoy this one, like many of the games today. This is high quality.
Not like you used to be mentioning chips, Glenn.
100.
And the pie. Yes, it was Lucas's basket was just a little bit different to mine. A funny thing, green things called vegetables.
97.
Potatoes are vegetables, mate.
Yes, deep fried, can't beat it.
58.
Yes, I'm having my first bit of physio in April. Never been there before, so
100.
A message off Sam Head if you're listening, Sam. I'll listen to what you said. I can't remember what vertebrae it was or something that you saw in my throw. And that was something similar that happened to Sam. So if the physio can release something, but I do feel 70 or 80 some mornings, so maybe that's half the battle. I remember sat at work and they said my posture was the worst they've ever seen, and I would suffer when I got in my 50s as well.
140.
It's come back to bite me on the bum. But no issues with Dan Reed right now. He looks solid as a rock and just letting the arm and the relaxation of that wrist at the end.
140.
Just letting that arm drop.
164.
The fingers are pointing to the floor at the end. Beautiful.
Well, you've got a lot of time on your hands, but if you get the opportunity, you fancy
84.
A little hobby and somewhere to relax, take up hot yoga.
It's my knees. As Dan Reed looks at 158. Oof. Yes. The reaction tells everything there. I think he fancied that second dart.
126. Lukas, you require 80.
And this 80 is now a must. You can't slide into the 1 or the 5. That gives himself. The way his darts sit, this second dart's not easy. And he's moved to the right.
40.
Smaller side. I'm surprised he didn't
32.
go. The left-hand side looked more inviting the way Dan is playing. You've got to fancy this, Chris.
Yeah, he had a bigger target area to aim at. But
60.
chose right.
Lukas, you require 40.
Now he'd be choosing bang in the middle for a break of throw.
Game shot on the first leg. Lukas Wenig.
I mean, this really was a coin flip game for me.
Yeah.
Second leg, it's Lukas to throw first.
First words when we were on the balcony that you went for Dan. I said, I'm going to go against Chris. I'm going to go for Wenig.
Can these games end in a draw?
Yeah.
140.
I think if there does, sometimes you need that right dance partner up there. And I just felt like Dan Reed just likes to play someone just a little bit quicker. And I just think Wenig will dictate the pace in this match. And that was my deciding factor in this one.
Yeah, I totally get you. I was more going on the side of
57.
Momentum for Reed, who of course, since yesterday has been on this super run of results.
95.
Yeah, and full credit. He lost his first 3, won his next 4, and that just tells me an awful lot about the person, the personality.
Well, the last person to beat him was
100.
Lukas. And it was just by the odd leg.
It was a cracker, wasn't it?
Yeah, match of the day, I'd say for me yesterday, that one. But Lukas averaged
100.
very nearly 99 in that one.
He's averaging 96 at the moment. He has got a tremendous A game as Wenig.
140.
Nice to watch. 64 always felt like an inviting finish because an area of the board that many players like the 16s and the 8 area.
Yeah, real big target area as well, isn't it?
Now you'll find out which is preferred double. This time it's double 16.
32. Dan, you require 164.
A big ask, and if there's been something this week, that's a big, massive finish. We're yet to see anything really special from the 6 players.
94. Lukas, you require 32.
Good mark. He just widens the bed. A little change of angle. He thought that was in. He was walking. Dan Reed's looking at the floor.
Game shot on the second leg.
That is. What a camera angle that was. He just saw the direction of play there, that dart, right in the middle of the double 16.
Third leg, it's
just by moving
first.
On the hockey,
Game on.
He was just opening the bed there, using the other dart as a guide. And I can tell you, when it last dart going in, it feels
70.
Absolutely fantastic. Advantage Wenig.
Yeah, that will have hurt, that one, watching that last dart go in.
83. $60. 85.
Time for Dan Reid to make his move in this match. Needs to, well, it's a must-win leg, isn't it?
Yeah, questions have been asked of him.
100.
For the first time,
yes.
First time today, really.
Has he got the answers?
59.
333, and I'm thinking he is thinking 133 to leave the straight 200. Incredible how these players are already working out their path.
101.
But that's absolutely outstanding from Dan Reid. Anything you can do?
174. Dan, you require 170.
It doesn't go down as a max, but it's as good as.
59. Lukas, you require 100.
What a dart, Lukas.
Game shot on the third leg.
Absolutely brilliant. That's what it's all about. Great setup play. 174, 100 from 274 with Dan Reid.
Game on.
Absolutely flying himself at that point. This is the real Lukas Wenig, and he's doing it just at the right time. This would put him on to 10 points. Like I said, when they're looking at that table, they'll be looking at that.
You mentioned at the right time. This is the lowest average I can recall for quite some time from Dan Reid, and
140.
81.62 is average prior to that 140, and sometimes it is just about the timing, isn't it?
He's had 3 darts at a double, Dan Reid.
162.
It's all about Wenig, and he's continuing that. And that's what I like. It's got that continued process, that continued pressure on Dan Reid until he submits.
60. 140.
Tremendous.
83. Lukas, you require 140.
100 would be nice. 140 would be tremendous. What a dart.
120.
And the wry smile would have been the icing on the cake for a whitewash victory for Wenig.
We'll be back.
100. Lukas, you require 20.
A lot of pressure. Lukas Wenig with double 10. What a fantastic, outstanding 4-0 victory.
Wenig.
Das war eine wunderbare Leistung, Lukas. Wonderful, wonderful performance. Dan Reid, the questions were asked there. I think he'll go back and think, I've had a great day so far. Well, I'll be back. For Lukas, that is just a little warning to people like John Henderson to say, I'm here, I'm firing, and I'm in this contest. I'm enjoying the moment, and it's up for John Henderson to respond. But it's a tough ask against Chris Gilliland, a game I'm really looking forward to up next.
John Henderson and Chris Gilliland are back in action for match 8 of 15. Gilliland posting our first three-figure average last time out, of course, to come through a decider against Neil Duff. Really impressive all-round display in that one. What can he produce here against the league leader Hendo, who's won one, lost one so far today, put 15 points on his average for game 2, much closer to the standard we expect from him. Can Hendo move 2 points clear of the pack again, or can Gilliland become the third player on to 10 points? Let's rejoin Mace and Duzzer to find out.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abby. Just getting very, very interested now as we get in the middle of Tuesday. We start looking at the table more and more. How exciting it would be if Chris Gilliland can get a victory over John Henderson, which is easier said than done, but it would put 3 players on 10 points then. And a must watch for the conclusion of today and tomorrow for John Henderson. The strategy is clear. Just stay 2 points ahead of the field. He'll know he's in a tough contest here.
Well, it's been a bit of a break, hasn't it, for Hendo? Played our opening match of the session, which was a disappointing performance for him, losing 4-2 to Vitas with a 78-63, but really did bounce back well, defeating Lukas Wenig 4-2 with a 93-74, 50% on the doubles and 3 180s.
Yeah, I think John's been the most consistent out the 6 players so far. I think we've seen the A games of Lukas and Chris in your picture right now. Dan Reed's been awesome at times, but the most consistent performer's been Hendo. Will it be enough?
97.
Against the very impressive Gilliland.
$60.
There's Charlie, who was fantastic at the quiz yesterday, by far the strongest of the 4 of us, that's for sure. We did miss Taylor out the production team. To be fair, Chris, we were rubbish without him on the music.
Yeah, he's fairly useful in that department, isn't he?
129.
There's that really flat dart. I think he's changed his flight setup and don't remember that colour.
140.
Stem and flight. I don't know if it's exactly the same, Chris. Is it just a brand new set for him? But I think the colour's definitely different.
Yeah, I think the colour of the stem is different.
44.
Something looks different anyway.
I remember when I was playing in the 80s and 90s, the dart flights and stems stayed the same. And I think Peter Wright just ripped up the book and changed everything now. And
105.
Young players come to see me and they bring a case of about 30 sets of darts, of which I tell them to put 28 of them in the bin.
Yeah, but there was very few variations anyway, was there? Everybody pretty much.
28. Christian required 100.
With a similar setup. Certainly wasn't these light and stem all in one setup. I mean, they were laughed at. They were like the stuff you get at the fairground, weren't they?
Yeah.
The moulded stem and flight system.
I've never got away with that. John Henderson looking at tops.
60. Christian required 24.
You knew that was going to be very close, but this is for a breaker throw as well for Chris.
Game shot on the first
big
leg.
long point.
Chris Gilliland.
Sits right in the middle of that double 12 there. John Henderson, who had a real moment in the first match, he just wasn't at the races whatsoever.
Game on.
And I'll be hopeful that trend doesn't continue here, because it was a big win for Hendo against Lukas Wenig. I just want to let this guy get too far ahead.
Chris lost to Lukas in the second game of the session, but again, like John Henderson, bounced back really well with our first 100-plus average 85. Of the group, 100.80 in a 4-3 win in a cracking game against Neil Duff. So he'll be, confidence-wise, should be absolutely flying.
60.
Yeah, the best average so far from Chris. And he had, like I said, without the figure of repeating ourselves, he has got that game against a very consistent John Henderson. You know what you're going to get.
85.
Barring that one blip in the opening game of the day, but at 9:30 in the morning, sometimes that can be excused. That's the perfect dart for Gilliland. He just likes to sit them above that.
140.
As shown in diagram B. Whereas John's totally different. Look at the way that darts are. Very traditional, where he likes to be just above the treble 20 bed. And like I said, that has a lot to do with the way they're holding the dart. Chris sort of holds a lot further down. That huge long point. And that flight setup is like a submarine.
60.
And the total angle is totally different, but this is much more traditional flight. Straight barrel. Looks a fairly long dart, that Endo's throw, which
38.
could be an
Christian
intermediate or long step.
141.
Well, whatever works for you.
Yeah, it's not necessarily what works for somebody else. It's all a personal choice,
83.
isn't it? And it's all about finding that right balance that suits your grip style and release point.
41. Christian Mackay, 58.
This is where I've been impressed in this group. The two dart combination finishes has been superb the past day and a half. Will that trend continue with a double 10?
Game shot on the second leg. Chris Gilliland.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah, very.
I was beginning to think Henderson was going to have it all his own way today after
third leg,
a great start yesterday.
Game on.
But this is really, really bunched up now. This is potentially going to be one of the most exciting Group A's we've had for a long time.
180.
Well, I still wouldn't have 50 pence on who's going to win it, that's for sure, Grant.
Just go whoever I choose and go the opposite.
140. 100.
And don't forget, if you do want to join us Saturday night, it is completely free of charge. You can get your ticket via www.dartshop.tv. You have to reserve
100.
your ticket, which you'll receive upon arrival. We are on London Road at the
83.
Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The doors open at 6:30. Play gets underway at 7:30. Come and join us. Cheap drinks too.
Bonus.
Cheaper than spoons.
54. John, you require 138.
I'll be in sunny Primrose Valley with my grandson. Can't wait. As John Henderson looks to set up this 138.
58.
Just a
So it'll
small
be
chance.
pints of milk, not beer.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was a small chance there for Chris, but I think that's been bombed with them first two darts. So it's over to John Henderson just
11.
to see out this leg
John,
of darts.
you require 80.
The Ginger Ninja sees the funny side of that.
One of my throws.
60.
Hmm.
Well, there's no rhyme or reason for it sometimes, is there? And you just got to laugh.
At mine, it was quite simply, he's already thinking of the next leg. And
Yeah.
he actually wanted John Henderson to hit that 80.
You do, don't you?
Bizarrely enough.
Yeah.
44. John, you require 20.
Just gets a bit messy when you get to double 5.
10.
And that'll be
Chris,
the
you
concern
require
for John Henderson now.
152.
And Gilliland will be thinking, why did I take them last 6 darts so easy? Because I could have had a chance in this leg. But the 152 still doable.
If he'd have hit it at 140, John would have never missed.
True.
40.
Gilliland's
John, you
last
require
12
10.
darts, 54, 11, 44 and 40. And still
No score.
in this leg of darts.
Chris, you require
Wowzers.
112.
Sloppy. He's going to get 1 dart or a double.
72.
What a steal. That
John,
would
you
have been.
require 10.
I think all of us thought that would go. The times have seen that for John Henderson now. Just get above the double 5. He's going to go the 3-1-1. That's a little bit of frustration. And the fact he likes it up there on
No
top.
score. Chris, you require 40.
If it was a cartoon, steam would be coming out those ears right now. For Chris Gilliland. Happy
Game shot on the
birthday,
third
sir.
leg. Chris
Robin Hood
Gilliland.
wore a mask.
He's Sort of apologetic walking back.
Fourth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
You don't know what to do with
Game
someone
on.
who, and you steal a leg like that.
Well, people say don't apologize. It's not an apology. It's just an acknowledgement of, listen, I shouldn't have won that one.
He's 3-0 up, but he's fighting with himself, and then he just, that's what I say, what we call the reset. He needs to just stand behind John right now, get his thoughts back together. But despite the fact he's 3-0 up, he's not playing well here. This is, for both of them, by far their worst game for a long, long time. I can't work out why John's playing so bad in this one. Obviously, his averages has been walloped by the fact of all those missed starts at a double.
60. 26.
Go figure.
Yep. Answers on a postcard. It just happens. Why or how? I wish I had the answer.
100.
That may not be sat here.
$140.
I've had a trophy cabinet like yours, pal.
$131.
Fantastic dart. Is that the moment? Here comes Hendo. You might see the... No, he won't. He'll stay there now.
140.
Just gives him an outside chance.
130.
But it's Gilliland's to lose from here.
Yeah, lovely finish this. 2 bites of the cherry. Gets them both. Double 5. What a bonus.
125. John, you require 135.
We both fancied that as Hendo will look at the bull. He can still do it with treble 20. Not now. Chris Gilliland will be thinking, give me 49. The straightest big one I've ever thrown in my life.
5.
Gets that. That's the hard bit. Because the single one shrinks to the size of a stamp.
1. John, you require
John,
86.
Still alive in this one, Glenn.
This is our game. 2 darts, a double 60, and there's the wry smile. Thinking, how on earth am I still in this match? But you are, John. And this could be a massive turnaround. You've got to see the positivity. You can see the confusion in him. What on earth is happening to me? Why am I playing like this? But more importantly, how am I still in this game? Where I am. And John, like any of these top players, can run 3 legs off.
100.
Like anybody, and that's what he needs to be thinking. This is what mindset, this is what you're telling yourself. Keep positive throughout.
Yeah, I think he can run 3 off in 40-odd darts.
100.
3-1 up, you find yourself shaking your opponent's hand and rubbing one's head on the way back to the players' room.
135.
You get the feeling the worst dart is over for these 2 players, and it could go on now to be a really good match. Both are finding the scoring boot early in this leg.
Big match following this one for both players for different reasons. Neil Duff against
95.
Lukas Sedlak. Interesting odds in that one. Neil 4-7, Vitas 5-4. Where's your 50 pence going there, Glenn?
85.
Well, I've said Neil Duff all day. He's banging
the first time you're opposing me, a win.
Yeah. He's banging on the door now, saying, don't do it, Glenn.
131.
Tremendous setup there from Hendo. And I'll tell you what, Chris, if he wins this match, come tomorrow afternoon, he might even just look at this as 95. The moment.
John, you require 40.
When he felt he was going to go on and win it. Is it written in the stars? Double 10. Doesn't like it round here.
35. Chris, you require 121.
Variations, but treble 20 with your player sat so low down. 11 a treble. For the bull for the match.
96.
Can't get any closer.
John, you require 5.
Not without it being in. Or coming off the wire. There's the one.
Game shot on the 5th low. John Henderson.
Back-to-back legs in 17 darts for Big John.
6th leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
It wouldn't surprise me now if Hendo goes a little 12-darter here. From absolutely nowhere, because Gilliland will begin to panic now. Now it's a must-win. In a game where he was probably already thinking, I'm going to be in the player's area, but what a start there is. That's a sign of real quality.
100.
Yeah, he's not hit the panic button, has he?
Hendo just stays nearby. It's advantage Gilliland, and it's sensational darts like this.
140.
Which potentially could put him on 10 points alongside Hendo and Wenig.
$135.
Finally, they're beginning to wake up.
This is our
43.
second match of the third cycle of games.
And go down to the 19s. Just wasn't
48.
a nice lie, that second dart. He's getting chances, John. Gilliland really needs to do this in 6 darts now.
Yeah, the lie wasn't nice on the treble or the treble 20 or the treble 19.
44.
Now there's a chance.
I don't think Gilliland wants to win this match. What a dart.
134.
What a setup.
Christian require 134.
The most bizarre game of the week for sure. And you're beginning to think that the momentum is now with John Henderson.
He can somehow pinch this leg. He will have the darts in the decider, of course.
56. John, you require 84.
We're about to shake hands on leg 4. Might need the bull. And it's the bull it is.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Incredible in this sport that we absolutely adore for moments like this. John Henderson's never been in this match. Chris Gilliland, you can see scratching his head there. How is he not back?
7th and final leg. It's John to throw first.
Who knows?
Game on.
And with John's darts now, is this the moment? Crazy.
Yeah, he's thinking to himself, how on earth? Especially after the start to the leg as well.
137.
Never over till the fat lady sings, people say, as they're saying. Well, I was singing.
55.
Oh, John is flying here. Loads of room.
140.
While you're looking at that 140 there, Chris, I couldn't take my eyes off Chris Gilliland there, and he is scratching his head, thinking, what on earth have I done? That is a sign of real quality. He was down and out. It's still in the hands of Henderson. But a treble-less visit here makes this game very interesting. The ups
45.
and downs, the trials and tribulations of this game has been absolutely sensational. And now with the momentum swings again, this time to Gilliland.
134.
Well, he cannot afford a treble-less visit, and he's not going to get one. Treble 19.
99.
He's left 80. Bull, double 16. 25, 57 bull. There's the 25. 88 left. Treble 16.
60. John, you require 80.
The most strangest of games of the week so far. John Henderson is going to get one dart at double top.
60. Christian requires 72.
Chris with work to do. How many darts at a double? Going to be one as long as he finds the big 16, and the double is tops.
52.
Both
John, you require 20.
And John Henderson will not know how on earth he's had 3 darts to win this match. And back to that dreaded double five.
Game,
He's dipped low on it a couple of times so far.
John Henderson.
An astonishing game for all the wrong reasons for Chris Gilliland. He raced into a 3-0 lead. And he is absolutely sick as a parrot. John Henderson just brushes it aside, but he knows he's got away with the absolute murder there. And forget the stats in this game. It was just pure match play. John Henderson takes himself to 12 points in a game that we'll be talking about tomorrow, from my opinion. If John Henderson does top the group, I think this was a big momentum change. And speaking of momentum changes, it's a bottom of the table clash. It's a must win for Neil Duff next against Viteslav Sedlak. Back after the short break.
Neil Duff and Viteslav Sedlak are next to go head-to-head, and it's another big one. Sedlak can keep himself in the hunt with a win here. As for Duff, he looked to be heading towards his first 2 points of the day last time out, taking a 2-0 lead over Gilliland before his fellow countryman overturned the deficit to condemn Duff to his 6th defeat of the week. His one win yesterday did come in this fixture, though. It was a comprehensive 4-0 win over the debutant, who didn't get a single dart at double in that one. Can Duff do the double over Sedlak? Here's Chris Mason and Glenn Durrant to guide you through all the ebbs and flows.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, this is Neil Duff's only win so far, bizarrely, in this Group A. At some point, he's going to have to get on a run. And he will have fond memories, as you mentioned, Abby. It was won by Neil Duff 4-0 without Vitas getting a dart at a single double.
Yeah, that was the moment I thought Neil Duff was really going to kick on from there. But
well, he averaged 87 and change, didn't he? And we both felt that, right, this is the moment he's going to kick on.
Neil Duff fans won't be panicking yet. He's probably already planning his route via Group C and Group B. Something you said on the balcony earlier, Chris, that, you know, whoever doesn't win this group, fairly confident we're going to see a lot of these players here on Saturday night.
140.
A big advantage of being as experienced as those like Neil Duff, not just here, but in general.
55.
If they do find themselves in Group C, he will have used this 3 days to really prep and just get right for that group and make sure he comes
60.
through it. So I can't see how he can get into Group B, which is obviously the easier one of the two.
100.
Group B is positions 2 and 3 from this group and 3 more players coming in.
Yeah, he has to go unbeaten now. Even then, you probably still rely on other results.
Yeah.
He's just playing now to play himself into a little bit of form.
Yeah. One that wants to get some confidence and just find a formula that works for him.
100.
Yeah, some cracking players coming up into Group B and C. Group C on
123.
Thursday, Sean Griffiths, Ryan Murray, Chris Wickenden, and then the very impressive Reece Colley, Darren Johnson, and Martin Turner. Real Yorkshire feel about Group B.
44. Neil, you require
pairs,
55.
partners, and great friends, best of friends, and travelling companions.
Game shot on the first leg. Neil Duff.
Nice little 14 data there from Duff. He's done this in short spurts this week.
Second leg, it's Vita to throw first.
We'll be looking for a bit more longevity now, a little bit more. See this game. I'll be no surprise to me if he runs away with this match, because sometimes you just have that player who you like to play and the pace
60.
suits you. You feel like you're comfortable. You feel like you can beat him. And after his big win over Vitas yesterday, you might be feeling that this is a game he can win comfortably.
60.
But every question that's been asked Sedlak, he's offered some sort of response. I think it's been a really encouraging week for him.
58. 85.
I think you heard what Neil Duff thought of that last start.
I'm unsure of
100.
the qualification criteria for this year's WDF World Championship. As you mentioned, Neil Duff will definitely be there.
97.
You mentioned Darren Johnson and Martin Turner, where they're both in qualifying positions.
Yeah, isn't it already sorted? Because even if you won tournaments this year, you can't qualify for this year's Lakeside because there isn't the field already
79.
confirmed. Maybe someone on Twitter can confirm that, but by delaying the Lakeside from February to December, part of me thinks that
61.
the field's already been confirmed, but someone might correct me on that.
Oh, hang on. Here we go. I found it. As it stands,
60.
Yellow Klassen. Well, that's a blast from the past. A former winner, of course. Neil Duff, James Hurrell, who we've seen here last week, I think. Puha.
60. VT
Danny
require
Lowry,
144.
Andy Beatles, Chris Lamon, Mark Burley, Kai van Lung, Wesley Plazier, Ben Robb, Luke Littler, Thibaut Tricol, Alexander Merckx, Peter Machin and
44.
Barry Copeland.
Neil, you require 138.
There's a couple of names. Peter Machin, the World Darts Trophy winner, and Barry Copeland. Yeah. Who's your daddy?
Reece Colley, who you just mentioned, who's here this week. He's qualified. Dave Prince, Sebastian
88. Vito require 100.
Luke Littler's name stands out to me there, but Wesley Plazier, I think he's underachieved. Andy Barton's another great player. Just sort of underachieved
60.
a little.
Neil, you require
I can confirm
50.
Darren Johnson and Martin Turner are there.
Game shot on the second leg.
2-0 to
Neil
Duff.
Duff.
16 data followed by a 20 data. There's one win so far.
Third leg,
Been
it's
against
Neil to throw
Sedlak.
first. Game on.
It's looking very likely now he's going to do the double. And they'll be his only 4 points of the week so far. But a little bit like Dan Reed
100.
yesterday. He lost his open couple of games and then come out fighting. I think for Neil Duff right now, he wants to get himself up to 6 or 8 points before the end of play today. Just when you write this guy off.
140. $180.
Neil Duff will be thinking, why haven't I been playing like this all week? Why do I make it easy when I play Vitas? Yep, when I'm playing the others, I make it very difficult. Like I said, this is where you're fighting
85.
with yourself. And right now, all he needs to do is just concentrate and execute the win and just see the game out.
82.
Yeah, it's just finding a formula, a rhythm, a mindset, all that works for him.
Without thinking.
Yeah.
That's the real key. I unfortunately had a game with Gerwin Price and I went A, B, C. So as he stands there, I went A, B, C, D. I was like, what are you doing? When I played Danny Nopper to win my first Lakeside, I couldn't tell you how I threw a dart.
Vito, you require 136.
Please don't overthink. You won't be overthinking this 136. It's simply another treble 20 for double 8. And look at what Neil Duff is on.
120. Neil, you require 40.
Neil Duff will have been delighted because when that was flying across the air, that looked in and so did that. That's not a loss of balance. He was walking to take that dart out. Big dart.
20.
It's just not going.
Vito, you require 60.
They just don't go in.
Game shot on the third leg.
Solid, isn't he?
Vito Sedlak.
I hope he's seeing all the positives out of this week. It's been a great addition to the MODUS Super Series, and so many new countries have been involved in this, and I think he's done check darts and absolute credit.
Yeah, we've only really touched the surface, and the ethos of this Super Series is not only for established players who are on their way up or who have got to regroup, but also finding new talent and giving them an opportunity to gain so much experience, playing against so much experience.
Yeah, I feel some players can come into it just a little bit too early, but the experience they gain. Like I said, I was delighted to see my nephew Jamie qualifying. I think this time he'll come and he'll be looking to do some damage this time. I think that experience of playing on the ADC circuit, he's out 3 or 4 nights a week playing the vaults.
How long ago was it he did play?
I watched him at Southampton against when we played Robert Thornton. I don't think he's played at Portsmouth yet, but I know the excitement.
59.
Yeah, well, that'd be a long enough gap just to have gained some more experience.
He's a different player now. I'd even say he's about #1 in the Northeast in the amateurs at the moment. That's some statement from a guy who I was doing an exhibition in Cumbria, Workington, and he just thought that the whole of the Durrans turned up as they always did when I did exhibitions. There was about 30 of them travelled 2.5 hours, and he got on the stage with me, had a one leg with me.
59. Neil, you require 161.
And he is 2.5 years later, just absolutely flying, just natural, and just a really nice person.
Wow.
100.
And most of the time when he throws a dart, he's throwing it like John Henderson because he's offshore in the middle of the North Sea. But when he's coming home, he's absolute dynamite at the moment. And Neil Duff's been dynamite in this leg of darts after 12.
126.
Neil, so a couple of options. 61. You may look at the bull. That's absolutely perfect for double 18.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Fantastic darts from Neil Duff. And look at the stride as he walks to the hockey there. That extra bounce in there, 3-1 up.
Fifth leg,
confidence winning
first.
Can give you.
Game on.
But the confidence, them 2 dart combinations, it just feel really special.
He's averaging mid-90s right now. 3-1 up.
60.
Couple of 180s. 50% on the doubles. He needs to convert that into 2 points and a win.
60. 70. 70.
Yeah, thanks to Neil Russell for the message. Any tips for dartitis? No. And like I said, we've just been talking about overthinking there. You could argue that
180.
It's another maximum. He continues to impress. But yeah, dartitis is just something I've got no special advice to give. It's a lot of it can be done with overthinking, etc. And I feel like sometimes when I'm throwing myself, I've got some element of dartitis there, but it's just your mind doing one thing, your arm, and the other's just not working in tandem. So good luck with that, and sorry I can't help more.
140.
Well, I spoke to Matt Egger about this in depth when we were last doing comms together, and he's looked at it from a psychological
41.
standpoint.
Vito, you require 121.
It's the fear of missing, which we all suffer with in some way that affects our rhythm.
Yeah.
For me, it just was sometimes
53.
not allowing me to be smooth enough.
Yeah, that's a great word. I just love the word smooth, and something I use an awful lot.
60.
And I hate what I see when I watch.
68.
Well, this guy's so smooth, just beautiful. Look at that, just so simple. The double 16. He continues to impress, Chris. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, Neil Duff has been really solid in this match.
He's got a lovely light grip as well, isn't it? It's just placed in the...
It just caresses the dart, doesn't he?
Sixth leg, it's Vito to throw first.
Our colleague, Chris Murphy's tuning in, enjoying the action. Stay at home with the dog relaxing.
Yes, I'll have to get
140.
Some tungsten tossing, teasing Chris Murphy out, won't I? Sensational Sedlak.
180.
Destructive Duff. Help me out, Chris. Just a great response once
100.
again.
100.
That's a third 180 in the match for Neil Duff. Still averaging, well, both players averaging over 90.
100.
Yes, it's been like a chess match. This guy would like checkmate. Silky smooth, just look, he's barely holding that dart.
100.
Holding it like a pen. And Neil just moves across.
There's a little bit of Ian White about it, isn't there?
There's something. I haven't worked out who I think it is.
100. Vito, you require 161.
He looks like someone in something with a dart, but it's very similar. I just can't.
A bit of Jamie Hughes, the action.
Yeah, Jamie's, I think, is one of the nicest out there.
It is beautiful.
137. Neil, you require 121.
Can't get rid of Vitas. He's not going to get rid of him here because he's chased the treble and paid the price. Got to make sure of the 11.
Composure. Yeah, it's a big
81.
target for someone as good as Neil. And I think
Vito
part of him's thinking, shall I go for the
24.
treble? Shall I just go big? And that supersedes your actual throwing arm. So double 12 for the check. Centre of the board.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
Go to a 7-dart thriller once again.
And it just broke
so the final leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
4 consecutive breaks with that hold.
85.
Neil Duff has just got to ignore the doubts that will be and frustration that will be entering his mind right now. I've been in this situation. You think, what is going on?
Yeah, it's not the quality
60.
of darts that'll probably beat him here. It's him thinking any negative thoughts. I'm never going to get a win today.
44.
And that opens the door for Sedlak. And as we talked about yesterday, there's just something about your body at 3-3. You're just thrown a little bit different, and just the one treble 20 so far between them in 12 darts, and that sliding to the 5 will be a concern. And if it's another trebleless visit,
45.
It once again opens the door. He didn't maximise the opportunity last time, Sedlak. But what he'd give for a 140 here.
$44.
Once again, Duff sprints to it. And that will feel like gold dust, that treble 20.
125.
Is that the moment? He takes full control of this match.
Well, that was a huge visit after back-to-back troubleless visits. Now it's got even better.
40.
Duff's to lose from here. Big advantage.
98 the lead, plus these. Got to come out of there, surely.
60.
And I think that's a sign of panic as well. You're not 100% think you just want to get over the winning line. You're running out of gas. And you see that winning line, but luckily your opponent
100. Neil, you require 142.
Doing nothing special.
100.
And this is actually frustrating.
140.
If you think of where we're there
42.
at the beginning of this match.
Neil Duff will be just saying to himself, just go away. Double 8. Pressure now.
Game, shots,
what a big
and
dart.
the match.
But Neil Duff, who picks up a much-needed 2 points with his second win of this Group A, and it's against the same player, an average of 87.49 in the end. Very close in the averages, 87.84. No surprise that one has gone all the way. Great finishing from both. 60% Sedlak, 50% for Neil Duff. We do come back after a very short break. It will be Lukas Wenig. No. Oh, my notes are saying it is John Henderson against Dan Reed.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets for finals night back here in Group A. Our league leader, John Henderson, will be feeling like he really got away with one last time out. From 3-0 down, averaging 68, the Highlander somehow managed to haul himself back into the contest with Gilliland and come through in a decider to move on to 12 points in the table. And he now has the opportunity to put 4 points between himself and Lukas Wenig in second. As for Dan Reid, he's looking to get back to winning ways, having dropped off the pace somewhat last time out. A win for him, and he'll move level on points with Wenig in second place. A really intriguing encounter ahead, so let's hand back to Mason Duzzer to see which way it goes.
Thanks, Abby. Thank you, Abby. Interestingly, it may be a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to the defeat of Dan Reid last time out, but they go Henderson 4-6, Dan Reid 11-10, and I think that represents a little bit of value. John did beat Dan yesterday, but I'm not sure John's been that convincing thus far today, Glenn.
No, I think Dan Reid's been the better player today. Maybe the fact John's got the darts, you know, John's got the CV, John's got the experience to sort of see games out, but he's far, far from his best, John Henderson, today for whatever reason. And this guy is a real star in the making. He's and what I mean by that is just
first leg. It's John to throw first.
His attributes, just his tenacious. The fact he bounced back from 3 losses, and you know, you can score like anybody. You can big finish. It's just a case of putting it all together. But
140
to one of the most likable players in darts, John Henderson, one of the most respected players. Yes, another intriguing contest.
Yeah, John would be a player I find it quite difficult to generate some of that spite you need sometimes to play a game.
I always did it internally, Chris. I tried to be respectful. I think that's just the way your parents bring up your values, etc. I never like you know.
100.
There again, when I was #1 in the BDO, I was horrible. I walked
ruthless.
Around. Yeah, I walked around like I was the best, and
well, you were.
Yeah. So
125.
But when I went to the PDC, I think I was like, wow, he's me been thinking. He's me wearing 3 gold stars, and really. So I just sort of missed a little bit that gritting.
How were you received by the players?
I remember when I first walked, and it was like the walk. You know, I didn't like when I walked into Barnsley, that first one. But if you remember, I lost to Alan Tabban in my first game, and I walked out with my head down. The second one, you feel like the whispering. He won 3 Lakeside. He couldn't even get through his first game yesterday. And if you remember, in the first 2 weeks, I reached the final and won one. And I just felt at home straight away then. And yeah,
I think Stephen Bunting did something similar, didn't he?
56.
I think he won,
Daniel required 121.
One on day 2.
Yeah, he did. And as we look at this one too, when we won't make the mistake Neil Duff did, that's for sure. For the ball.
96.
And John, the kind of finish you need against John Hendo.
Yeah.
He's sort of trickled into the Big 10 here this week, but that's the perfect marker. And
game shot the first
leg. The perfect dart.
John Henderson.
That's the John Henderson we all know and love. I was just chatting with him there as well. He's top of the Challenge Tour rankings right now. Just things are going really, really well.
Yeah, and if he can end the season on top, he will get his tour card back, of course.
Yes. And I think
he's the top 2 from the Challenge Tour get a tour card.
And he's doing everything right. He's keeping himself very busy. He'll always be busy on the exhibitions, but he's travelling to the associate member qualifications
100.
As well. So he's still around Holland and Germany, you know, along with Andy Bolton, trying to qualify to get on the Euro Tour. So he's doing everything right. And
that's a huge gamble, isn't it? Because
100.
I mean, those qualifiers are tough, even the associate ones, but it's the financial implications, because it won't be cheap travelling to those places.
Well, I think the next Challenge Tour is actually on Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series in May. So that people say, but they're just as busy now as they've ever been, and sometimes you have to take a step back to move forward. And
55.
And Andy Bolton and John Henderson right now are the 2 of the top amateurs in the game. And when you go back to the Q School and you're full of confidence and get your card to go to the Pro Tour, they can start flying.
Yep, they're ready, aren't they?
And they're getting invites to the Pro Tours every other week because you're top of the Challenge Tour. So it's not the end of the world for John Henderson right now.
43. John, you require 140.
And scarily, I think he's ready for the World Seniors as well. I'm sure he's 50 this year.
He is. He can stay well away.
100.
Professional job here. We began to doubt those odds from the bookies, but...
Well, sometimes when
90.
I think they
John, you require
have got
40.
it wrong, they've got it right. Or even when they get it wrong, they get it right. Because this is
John Henderson.
Super stuff from John Henderson, and he's from nowhere today in terms of performances. Averages of 78.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
93.74, which was a lovely performance against Lukas, and then 80 last time out. He's currently
42.
averaging 100.
No sign of concern from this young man.
85.
Just continue to do what he does.
He's not a flapper, is he?
No, which is a good trait to have. He's on the back of a stinker of a 4-0 to Lukas. And he's lost his last 6 legs. That will be some sort of concern because he was absolutely flying earlier.
55.
That match against Neil Duff, we were looking at record averages after 2 legs.
Yep.
There's that famous rocking
97.
of the dart. The body is moving with the timing.
He started that match with an 11 darter, didn't he, against Neil Duff, and then backed that up with a 15.
Just look at the wrist right at the end when he does it. It's just so relaxed, and that just then gives you the momentum to fly that dart. You could draw some dots along the line of the flight path you want to throw that dart.
And he opens the hand nice and quickly as well.
95.
So it is a real smooth release.
There we see there. There's the... Just look at the little fingers, just playing a little bit of magic, just at the point as he brings it back there.
100. John, you require 87.
Do that every single time. You're halfway there as John Henderson looks at potentially a bullseye finish. He's just looking at Dan Reid's finish, so there'll be no messing about here. And it is the bullseye.
62.
Yeah,
Dan, you
throw,
require
find something
121.
that's simple that you can repeat, isn't it?
Yeah, if you can get that pull back as short as you can, because you just don't want nothing to change in between that. The best players in the world.
57. John, you require 25.
They all have something familiar.
Replication is key. As John looks up. Traditionally, one of the finishers many of us practice so much, 25, it's double 12.
13.
And that'll frustrate him.
Requires 64.
Total and utter control of this match. And this would be a bit of a killer blow and bring Dan back into this match.
44.
I think he went for the 16-second dart. That's the only thing when you aim for the centre, that 8 and 16, which you're advised to do. Go on, envisage Hendo missing double 6.
John Henderson.
Plumb in the middle, big 3-0 lead. The big bad John Henderson.
Fourth leg, it stands to throw first.
He's had a dart at the ball in leg 1 off the back of 1-2-1, and a dart at tops off
43.
The back of 64. Finds himself 3-0 down, and the possibility of being double bageled
58
in his last 2 matches.
So Henry's tungsten teaser.
140.
All people to the youngest weekly winner. The most 170 finishes and the highest losing average.
97.
Let us know at MSS Darts, all one word, on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter.
100.
Or at Dozer180 on Twitter.
$134.
Beautiful dart. Begging for another.
140.
Advantage Reid in this leg. It's just a holder throw, so there'll be no panic for sure from Hendo.
60. Daniel requires 78. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Last time out,
Dan Reed.
it was John Henderson against Chris Gilliland. And Big John found himself 3-0 down.
John to throw first.
To come back and win. He will be hoping it's not going to be roles reversed.
Yeah, John Henderson win here. Just takes him 4 points clear of the field. And despite the fact they'll have a game in hand, obviously, sort of just begins to just widen the gap a little bit, just beginning to run away with things.
140.
Because it wasn't a great start the day for Hendo. And his last match today is against bottom of the table Neil Duff. He'll be feeling confident
60.
about that game.
An opening here for Dan Reed.
$60.
Not taken.
$140.
Cracking darts, advantage back with Hendo. Dan Reed has to replicate that, or even better it.
140. John, you require 161.
Identical scores in the scoring phase of the leg so far.
Cracking dart.
84 left. Could go 48 for 36.
137.
Why when you can do that?
I agree with you.
161.
I'd have gone treble 16 there, but we were both proven wrong. It's in the hands of John Henderson.
65. John, you require 24.
For a fairly comprehensive win for John Henderson. He'd be delighted. That was a potential banana skin against Dan Reed, who earlier on today was absolutely sensational. There's the fantastic sportsmanlike of Dan Reed, who shakes his hands with John Henderson, who'll be feeling rather good. A lovely 95.39. Excellent on the outer ring, 4 from 9. And most importantly, he's now got a 4-point lead at the top over Lukas Wenig. And hit that magic number of 14 points. You begin to start thinking of the winning line. You begin to start thinking about tomorrow. Tremendous stuff from the big man. Big game coming up next. Lukas Wenig needs to stay on the shirt tail of John Henderson, up against Neil Duff, fresh from his victory over Sedlak. Big game coming up.
Lukas Wenig looks to be John Henderson's biggest rival at the top of the table. He put in a real statement display last time out, averaging 98.5 in a whitewash win over Dan Reed, and he can keep tabs on Hendo at the top with a win here. As for Duff, he recorded his second win of the week last time out with another victory over Sedlak. Can he build on that with a win over the man currently sat second to move himself off the foot of the table? Let's find out with Duzza and Mace.
Thanks, Avi. Well, talking of last time outs, both picking up a much-needed win last time out. But Lukas Wenig was very impressive, wasn't he, Glenn? 98.56 last time out and a 4-0 win against Dan Reed.
I thought he was absolutely sensational and by far his best game. But also for Neil Duff, his tail will be up because it was a big win. But just when we felt yesterday, maybe now it's time to click. And his motivation here, Neil Duff, he won't like the fact he sat at the bottom of the table, but any win here means he would leapfrog over Sedlak, and all of a sudden you're then looking at 5th place. And it could be just the minor things like that which will just be keeping him in a positive position.
First leg, it's Lukas to throw.
He'll have his strategy already for
Game
Thursday
on.
and Friday, whether that's Group B or Group C.
Yeah, Neil Duff has a match to come against John Henderson.
83.
I mean, if he can find a way to win here, Lukas is a big favourite, 4-9, 13-8 about Neil.
And what's if, buts and maybes. If Lukas can win
60.
here, what's the teddy bear all about?
A Robert Thornton thing, that, isn't it?
46.
There's plenty of ducks hanging about. And I think that's got something to do with David Evans, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
That lad is quackers.
140.
Sorry. Chris Murphy, I am not.
$41.
Neil Duff, who started well here. Yeah, you can see the frustration there because he's feeling
83.
pretty good about himself right now.
Well, he had to come through a real tough scrap against Sedlak, which does give you confidence. It gives you real confidence in knowing that you've come through a real test.
Yeah, he doesn't lack confidence, does he, Duff? I remember watching him win the WDF, and the moment he walked into Lakeside, I'm going to win it, I'm going to win it. And the last person who did that was James Jammy Dodger Wilson, the year he was #1 seed, and he got dumped out by Peter Sajwani. And I just thought it was a little bit of bravado from Duff, and I didn't believe him. I just thought it was, but he proved his own.
2-0 down to Jim McEwen, didn't he?
160.
Oh, he said that was the game, yeah.
Yeah, I can remember going there full of beans thinking it was
55.
my name was on
Lukas
the pot.
147.
I was actually favourite to win it.
Were you really?
Yeah.
I was even money favourite in the last one.
I had to roll back time there and have a few quid.
Neil Uruguay 105.
Tops for Duff.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's up the
Neil
Duff.
And the all-important breaker throw coming in.
Second leg, it's Neil to
leg
throw
one.
first. Game on.
Yeah, going back to Lakeside, I think I was 66-1 the first year I went. The year I played Martin Adams in that semi-final.
Any of your pals have a punt?
My father-in-law, and every time he won a bet which was coppers, like 6 quid, 7 quid, over the year he put in. He was at a wedding on the night of the semi-final, knowing he could win
100.
thousands of pounds. He'd done it over the 52 weeks, and yeah, he said I was at a wedding, Glenn, and my mind wasn't on it because I knew, and he hasn't spoken to me since. Still the best game I ever played against Adams. It was just magical. A Wolfie audience at Lakeside is just, it's insane.
Yeah, I've been there and done
95.
that. It is something special.
I didn't play as well as you did against Adams, but it was a fabulous game.
$60.
Yeah, my one recollection of that. I think I may have been 4-2, and I was 2-0 down
84.
in the set. And Martin Fitzmaurice arrived to to basically waiting to do the MC duties, because obviously it looked like I was about to get beaten. I took something out. I think I took something out on the ball or a big shot anyway, and I sort of just ushered him away and said, go and sit down for another hour or so.
Oh, that's fantastic.
100. Neil, you require 141.
Yeah, I think mine was the Paul Hogan game. Changed my life. Very similar. I think everyone was
60.
preparing.
Lucas, you require 122.
The headline of the favourite is dumped out because I was second best throughout that match. Treble 18 for Wenig. That's advantage Duff here.
54.
Yep, 57,
Neil,
24.
you require 81.
1912 ball.
Not even looked at the treble 12.
36.
I think that was the right decision, but
Lucas,
the execution was just off. Lukas Wenig second best in this match so far. There's 2 darts, a double 16 for parity.
Game shot.
A level game here.
Lucas
Duff will be frustrated that was being the better player. Only the 1 dart at the bull there, but Wenig is shaking his head there. That's something Lucas I don't like.
First. Game on.
I love that. I love that on 68.
Yeah, he's just demonstrating enough quality for me. He's got that A game, multiple 98 averages 100. This week. And I want to see him win ugly with a 80 average. It's just a new dimension to his game. And what I don't want to see is him shaking head back. He's not playing his best.
140.
Because when you do, he's just giving your opponent the feel that Neil Duff's just had there.
Yeah, and again, that's something that he will have to add to the armoury, isn't it?
93.
Yeah, he's 28-year-old, and Germans were, fantastic country to play darts in right now. Another semi-final this weekend for Martin Schindler. I had to laugh. I thought he was interviewed fantastically well at the Premier League, Martin Schindler, but what he's doing in the audience with his dart shirt, and I'll never know.
$138.
Schindler, I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I think we all expected Max Hopp to kick on, but he's doing a little bit of punditry work, bit of commentary work.
Yeah, he's carving out a bit of a career.
Lucas, you require 170.
Behind the camera now, but still very, very ambitious. But I don't know what he's saying, but he sounds good.
Yeah. Das ist gut is all I remember.
Neil Duff would be thinking here a max to leave tops. And that's 60. A disaster.
Lucas, you require 110.
Well thrown dart and only 60. Advantage to Wenig. And look at treble 17. That's why I don't like that route, but I love that treble 19 there.
160.
So we haven't seen that big finish this week. I'm waiting for it.
140. Lucas, you require 32.
Yeah, surprisingly, that 125 is still the highest finish. But it's 32 at the moment for Wenig.
Game shot on the third leg. Lukas Wenig.
That was by John Henderson, wasn't it?
Yeah, we used to see in the 170s and the 160s flying in.
That was match number 6 yesterday. The highest finish we've had so far.
That was the perfect first start.
140.
Great start from Duff.
$100.
He's a steady player. It's nice to sort of assess players. I've been sort of following the career of Wenig, and he's a nice person. He's really engaging
43.
next door. He's chatting with John Henderson and them guys. His English is very good. I get the feeling he wants to learn, Chris.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw him was on a Euro tour, and I was
121.
My goodness, he doesn't look like the traditional dart player. More of a Gezi Price type physique.
95.
Yeah, my mind's gone blank again, but there was a German here last time I played the MODUS Super Series, and I said, it's really, really nice to meet you. He went, don't you recognise me, Glenn? He said, you give me a
95.
Right pumping at the Euro Tour one time in Bristol, I think it was. I was like, oh, honestly, my memory's shocking.
99.
I was very careful to say, nice to meet you, Lucas. Waiting for him to say the same, but I don't think I've come across him. Like many players,
46.
soft tip was his preferred option.
124.
I think the success of players like Max Hopp, Schindler and Gaga. Bullseye for Duff.
99.
And once again, the handprint when that left his hand. I think that's, but this is a tough ask, the 139. Very difficult finish because you're up and down the board.
Of course, you're a manufacturer.
99.
Target very heavily into the soft tip game. Have you played much of it?
We'll have a look at this 25 before I answer that.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Sensational finish in there. Once again, from all 6 players, the 2 dart combos continue to impress. We talked a little bit about the really big finishes that have been missing. The 2 dart combos have been absolutely first class, but no, soft tip hasn't been for me. Like I said, obviously work with Target a lot. I would love to get over to meet the elite players over in China, Japan, and maybe get a sample a little bit. I know Phil Taylor absolutely loves it.
100.
I think he went over and, you know, the best soft tip players, and he's so competitive that he wanted to win every game over there.
Yeah, it's, I know you get punished in the
96.
steel version of the game, but over there it's not necessarily what you hit because they pretty much hit everything they aim for. It's what you miss.
Yeah, I remember in 2010, I was dominating the T-side ranking events, and we were just beginning to get some phenomenal players turn up from, you know, from the Northeast. We had a competition called the Eston Open, and in walked
45.
Paul Lim. He walked in with Graham Stoddart because he was doing a lot of work on trying to promote the soft tip and the machines, and I think he was in the Northeast, and Graham Stoddart brought him with
100.
It was just a bizarre moment, Paul. You know, the whole place just... The respect they had for him was unbelievable. He was treated like a god. I don't think he paid for a drink all day.
Yeah, he is the word legend is thrown about.
123.
Nowadays,
161.
absolute legend is Limmy.
That's just a sign he's feeling good because he's just frustrated that he's looking at that 161.
27. Lukas required 97.
That's advantage now to Wenig. What a dart that is. These 2 dart combinations just continue to impress. That's an absolute super finish, and you can just see the reaction. He knows the importance of this game. He's already got his eyes on finishing the day on 14 points. Just keeping the pressure on John Henderson, and what a barnstormer of a game we'd have the next day. And just look at the finish in there from both players. Absolute credit.
140.
They've all been those combination shots, haven't they? 97. 105, 68.
140.
When you're playing the likes of Price and Van Gogh and Smith, you know, you need that power scoring. But if you are able to see out games, it's a really important commodity in this modern game now because, you know, just practice. Try winning 15 on your own darts, 12 against the darts, and just do it. Repeat, repeat.
100.
That's pretty much the level Gezi Price is at right now.
Yeah, he's hit that zone, hasn't he?
He just doesn't look like he's going to miss.
Incredible.
140.
And I got him badly wrong. Like I said, I played him in a cowshed in the South Wales. But Adam Hunt, Chris Dovey said, no, Glenn, there's something about his mentality. He's got it.
60.
And I said, well, I played him down there and he didn't impress me that much. Wow, how wrong I was. Double 13 for Duff.
68.
I had a similar thing. Chris Sargent got me down to Kent to practice with this lad while I was playing at the... No, it would have been at the Ali Pali, and he kept on at me, and I
60.
said, right, come on then.
Neil, you require 30.
Get him down here and I'll have a few hours with him. He said, oh, I think I might sponsor him. And I said, right. So we had about 3-4 hour practice session.
141.
Absolutely pumped him. I said, this kid ain't going to do nothing, mate. Rob Cross.
Rob Cross, yeah, he lives on the same street, didn't he?
85. Neil, you require 8.
For 3-3.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
The match that's going all the way and well deserved. Neil Duff is just beginning to show that fighting quality. He may be bottom of the table right now, but we use the title spoiler.
Final leg. It's Lukas to throw
first. That's the type of role he could play, because when you're playing Neil Duff, It's a very, very tough game, and absolutely nothing to separate them. How important, once again, it is that you've got the darts in the last leg.
140.
And you can just see Neil Duff there as if to say, why hit the 140 then? But that's what you've got to do. If someone hits you with a left, you hit them with a right.
85.
Bit of a flyer there, just coming out of the hand.
I bet John Henderson's the biggest Neil Duff fan right now.
60.
There's that wry smile, because when you throw 3 good darts, but what a dart. Surely another one's going to be there.
100.
They'll be frustrating. Well thrown darts, but still advantage to the German.
Well,
96.
Say, there may be an opportunity, but Neil Duff is in need of a 2-trouble visit. Tons aren't going to be enough.
60.
60s are going to be way off the pace.
This is just the composure I was talking about. The composure is definitely with Wenig. You would think ice is going through his veins right now, where you can feel every emotion with Duff.
96.
That's the only difference I can see right now.
Well, with Neil, it's desperation to get
59.
points, isn't it? And
Lukas, you require 109.
keep him with some hope of at least getting into Group B.
He's already lost a match today against his good friend 4-3.
77.
What a dart that would have been.
$47.
What
Lukas,
has been
you
a
require
fantastic
32.
contest between 2 quality players. Lukas Wenig has the opportunity to put pressure on John Henderson and move on to 12 points, and that's exactly what he does with that double
Lukas
4.
Wenig.
And look at the respect there between the 2 players. A real quality contest between 2 very, very good players. Lukas Wenig continues to impress. Neil Duff, his second 4-3 loss of the day. That'll be the one frustrating part of it. Nothing to separate them there in all the numbers. It's just all about that checkout at the end, where it's Lukas Wenig who moves on to second place. Big game coming up for Chris Gilliland if he wants to continue to pepper that top spot up against Viteslav Sedlak after this short break.
So then, Gilliland and Sedlak complete our penultimate round of fixtures here on move-in day. Gilliland with 1 win to his name so far, and as a result, he's started to fall off the pace slightly on day 2, but he can put himself back into the picture with a win here over Sedlak, who came through in a decider when the two met yesterday with a 90 average. Can Sedlak move level with Gilliland on 8 points, or will the Northern Irishman move on to 10? Our match referee, Charlie Corstefine, is ready, so let's get back to the chaps in comms.
Thank you, Avi. Yes, I can hear when Lukas Wenig come back into the players' area how delighted he was to get over the line in that previous game. And I think John Henderson and Lukas Wenig have done their job. And for me, if Chris Gilliland has any aspirations of topping the group, he has to win this match and also win it quite handsomely. His final game will be against Dan Reed, which is another 50-50 game. So it's still all to play for Chris, but just signs that John and Lukas are just beginning to run away with this group now, and it's up to Chris and Dan to stop the rot. Vitas, been a very, very good week. I think lots of positives totally outweigh the negatives, and I think he looks like he's still enjoying himself. But yesterday he began to peter out a little bit at the back end of the day, and that's something he'll be trying to highlight and try to improve. Scores on. For Neil Duff, it's just been a tough couple of days, and sometimes you've just got to put them to bed and sort of move on. So
140.
Nice start once again for the Ginger Ninja. Just an effortless response from Vitas. Ginger Ninja, the ginger stems and flights. Some may call it orange. Perfect dart.
125.
Quality star from both.
$55.
Yeah, Chris, the big favourite here, 1-2. Vitas, 6-4. Just about right, I'd say that, Glenn.
Yeah, it's Chris thrown first, and the fact that Vitas sort of, at the back end of the day yesterday just began to waver a little bit. But remember to gamble responsibly. 18+, begambleaware.org.
140.
Very
Chris required
impressive.
126.
All on the 19s here for Chris. Now we can't finish. He'll be frustrated with that one. And the setup play here.
34.
Very disappointing. So it's advantage
50.
to Sedlak. Another 2-dart combination. We've said how good this has been from all 6 players.
Game show on the first leg.
Continues once again. These 2-darters from these players, without repeating ourselves, has been absolutely tremendous. If you can get yourself down to your finish, you have all the confidence in the world. These guys are going to do it.
Game on.
Yeah, I wonder how much influence on this game it will have that this was one of the games that Vitas won early yesterday. It was 4-3.
180.
I think Vitas has got every chance because this was the treble of Glenn Duzz's tips, and I had Chris Gilliland plus 1.5.
96.
Just looking at the games yesterday that Vitas won and whether he's done the
99.
has had any kind of impact, positive or negative.
Yeah, it was his final 2 games. It'll be one because it was his opening 2 games he won yesterday. So I think whatever happens,
84.
and it'd be interesting in Group C. How Vitas does there, because there'll be that expectation now from him personally, and from people watching in now. Whereas he was probably on
40.
a bit of a free roll in Group A. He was the one guy that we weren't talking as much, the one guy we didn't know as much about. But
Well, he was the one player we had the least amount of information on, wasn't it, really? And especially at this
100.
kind of level and environment.
think Chris alluded to yesterday. I was a little bit concerned because his English is so bad, but there's the potential there that
100.
he's sort of partnered up with Lukas and maybe they're speaking German or vice versa.
When I went up with Abby at after match number 6, he was actually he had a few games off and he was up there with his
require 82.
His friend and interpreter. He was just chilling out up on the balcony watching the darts.
2 darts at tops here. There's 1 in.
Game shot on the second leg.
Finish that is, and look at the response. A little fist pumping. He's not doing any fear for Chris Gilliland. If
third leg is Chris to top group here. Game on.
Just beginning to look like a 2-horse race now, but I did expect Chris to win this match. I think it would put pay to his chances. And then you start looking at needing John Henderson to lose more than 2 games over the rest of today and tomorrow, and it's hard to see, but that's the perfect dart for Sedlak.
100.
Yeah, he looks quite sullen here. He was up on the balcony laughing and joking and seemed to be having a great time up there, which is good to see.
And why not, Chris? You know, like
135.
Well, for him as a player, he'd be living the dream.
This is what the MODUS Super Series is. It's opening new avenues to not just UK players, we've even got Oceanic players coming soon. It's big business right now.
80.
And with 30 grand to win, plus your 5 grand. 20.
Yeah, with your appearance fees, it's well over 30, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the fact that he will have teammates watching this thinking, I'd like a go at this.
Yeah, well, that's what it's all about.
Get yourself involved in the ADC, of course, where you'll playing qualifiers to take your spot here.
Just reading a statement there from Steve Brown, the chairman of the ADC. He's going to concentrate on his boardroom roles rather than playing in the events now. So I think he probably realises that there's so much more that the ADC are doing and can do. The potential out there for the ADC is absolutely fantastic.
98.
I think he had qualified to play in this, hasn't he? Feels it may be a conflict of interest, which I sort of get, but disappointing that we're not going to see him
54. So you require 80.
Enjoy seeing Steve.
I think it's the fact that his son is much better than him now, Steve. Tops again. This would hurt.
60.
Yeah, it was amazing seeing the 2 generations
of
Steve and John. I used to play darts and was actually sponsored by Steve's dad, Mark.
Game shot on the third leg.
One of his
Chris
pubs,
Gilliland.
and Steve would come home from school as a 13, 14-year-old lad, chuck his school bag down, and then practice with me.
First game on.
And then went on to have a great career of his own, and now we've watched his son do the same.
Yeah, he's an impressive man, is Steve Brown, when you talk to him. He was selling the whole concept to me. He had that blueprint, he had his ideas. And I'm really chuffed now that Scott Hunt, you know, the brother of Adam, is just heavily involved now because operationally...
That's up in your neck of the woods, isn't it?
Yeah, operationally, he's the man right now.
100.
He's, wherever he touches turns to gold. And I had dreams of that myself. I was running the Teesside ranking events. I remember we had the Teesside Open, Chris, and it was at O'Reilly's, 386 people on 6 boards. So I had to quickly, you know, get people who had stand-up boards to come and we had fantastic runners. So literally, as the winning double was going in, we were called the next one, and somehow
97.
We got it done on one day.
We got it, but Steve just taking it to a new level now. And
yeah, their setups are amazing, aren't
the Dart Atlas, the scoring systems, the iPads. It's just a new breed coming through now.
43.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever been a better time to be an amateur player.
Yeah, good point.
There's just so many different options available.
140.
If you're a little bit younger, Dev Tour, Challenge Tour, ADC, WDF.
I'm not so sure about the tour card players playing in the development tour. Maybe you might totally disagree.
No,
I'm with you. 164.
If you've got a tour card, you're developed. If you don't think you're developed, don't take a tour card. because often the Dev Tour is dominated by tour card holders, and that just proves
90. Vito, you require 120.
He's beginning to run away with this, but Chris, to his credit, has pulled right back. Shouldn't have been anywhere near that dart, to be fair.
80.
And that's just the trials and tribulations of having a dart that kicks up.
Yeah.
You won't see the problems for Chris because his darts land so flat. And he's going to, so you won't have any issues there when he hits the big 20 here. Doesn't need to move, just sit it on top of it.
54.
Sounds easy, doesn't it?
You require 40.
The 3-1. 2 tens, huge moment in the match.
Game shot on the
fourth. He's up to the job.
Viteslav Sedlak.
This is very, very tidy indeed. He's averaging 97.57.
Fifth leg, it's Chris to throw first.
Chris Gilliland,
game on.
Not too shabby on 91.58.
Yeah, both myself and Chris sort of nodded our head when they double 10 because you find out a little bit about the player. But then I scratched my head at the responses there from Sedlak. He was just shaking his head when he took his darts out. He looked up to his friend Martin, shook his head. Unless he's saying to himself, where's these darts been all week? Well, I tell you what, Vitas, you've been absolutely superb. You've been an absolute credit to yourself and Czech darts, and you should be seeing the positives right now because you've been marvellous.
Seeing a marvellous performance from him here, Glenn. And there's an example. 99.56. I don't recall him
44
getting towards the back end of a match with numbers like that.
Yeah, and a roles reversal to yesterday where by the end of the day we were having concerns. He ended the day with a 72 average.
100.
But maybe, you know why? You work it out when you come to MODUS Super Series as a debutant. Like I said, the fact he went and sat in the balcony might have been something different to what he did yesterday. Go for a little walk outside, drink plenty of water, get rehydrated.
96.
Maybe he's been nicking Lucas's protein shakes.
I can have my full fat Coke.
85.
Yeah, it's the only problem with sat next to Chris Mason. I just feel like when I get home, I need to go to the gym. It's at this point I normally pull out a croissant, but I haven't.
No, you've done well today,
98.
Mate. Just the 2 bacon rolls and...
You weren't supposed to spot them. Fantastic darts.
Yeah, shaking the head in the background from
darts.
Chris as he's looking up thinking, where has this come from?
$84. Vito, you
Sparkling
require 40.
performance from the Czech. Absolutely outstanding. Can he sing it off? He certainly can. A brilliant, the nod of a head of approval.
Sedlak.
Chris Gilliland cannot believe what's just happened to him there. Has that made this a 2-horse race now? But for the Czech, absolutely brilliant. Look at the statistics there. 99.40, by far his biggest average of the week. The checkout ratio, 57.14%. Double tops at the end was great for Chris Gilliland. He'll go back and think, what on earth has just happened there? But absolute credit to Sedlak. Next up, John Henderson. He sat there on top on 14 points for his final game of the day against Neil Duff. Will he play that spoiler role? We'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Henderson has the opportunity to open up a 4-point gap at the top of the table once more. He's won his last 3 matches and could go 4 from 5 for the second successive day to put himself in a really commanding position heading into the final day of Group A action. In terms of performances, though, it's been fairly up and down, 2 below par displays and 2 with mid-90 averages. As for Neil Duff, audibly infuriated with the defeat to Wenig last time out, it's a quick turnaround for him to try and end the day on a high. Let's see whether he can do so with Mace and Duzzer.
Thank you so much, Abby. We just sat here, me and Chris, just waxing lyrical about Viteslav Sedlak there. That was an absolutely outstanding performance, and just one where Chris Gilliland has it put bed to it. Just left the fact that it's John Henderson and Wenig now were vying for that top spot. And I've just got a funny feeling Neil Duff still has something to play for in this group. Maybe not individually, but certainly something that will amend the top of the group. And it wouldn't surprise me, a top against bottom, where you just automatically think John will run away with this. That will finally see the best of John Henderson. For me, this is not a gimme whatsoever. And I think the real Neil Duff will turn up in this match. For John Henderson, to get to 16 points on day 2 would be fantastic. 2-4 wins out of 5 would be just what the doctor ordered. That would be tough to pull back tomorrow. And pretty much only Lukas Wenig, who's still got to play a final game against the very impressive Sedlak.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first.
So still all to play for. Let's see what role Neil Duff is going to do here.
$60.
One last push, you feel, to John Hendo. And when he's relaxed, the boy
81.
is dangerous. But don't rule out this guy. You know, WDF champion for nothing. He will not want to sit in bottom place, that's for sure. And he'll want to leave some sort of foundation for. He's got something to play for tomorrow.
$80.
Well, Hendo was really impressive yesterday. I don't think he's been as impressive today, but can still go away with the same amount of points. And then it's just in case you guess
43.
Then he's just see out the day tomorrow and then prepare himself for Saturday night and that juicy £5 prize.
180. $60. John, you require 160.
Top's left.
Game
what a beauty. We've been waiting for a big
John
finish,
Henderson.
Glenn.
Never mind that. Did you see that was like Alan Wells in his prime there, the Scottish sprinter. He's exhausted now, is John Hendo.
John to throw first. Game on.
Our highest finish of the week, and it was a beautiful leg, a 12-dart break of throw.
Just look at the way that's sat. That's what a big finish can do. And he's
100.
Playing with a bit of a smile on his face after that sprint.
I take it you were a bit of an athletics fan back in the day then, Glenn?
Alan Wells was a question in the quiz last time I was here. When did he win it? I said, I know the answer. It's 1972. And obviously it was in Moscow in 1980, so I've been doing a bit of revision on Alan Wells, that's all.
Say 72 would have been a bit early because I could remember him winning it.
He was level with a Cuban. He was in lane 1 and the Cuban was lane 8.
140.
Similar era of Daley Thompson, wasn't it?
Corn Ovet, I remember. I think that was. My dad was a Ovet fan. I was a Corn. I don't know. 81. It was just something about that rivalry for me. But yeah, any sport, Chris, and I love it.
You like your snooker?
At the Crucible every year now.
Yeah.
Obviously, did become friends with Mark
66.
Selby. This is where Chris Dobie goes boring. But yeah, I became friends when we chatted an awful lot through my troubles, and he was such a big help. So
78. No, you require 155.
The Crucible last time.
So you're more of a Steve Davis than a Mark Selby, personally, but there you go.
97.
Interesting.
John, you require 142.
Interesting, Glenn Durrant. After his 160.
Oh.
I think I spoke too loud there.
So you're waiting for big finishes to get two at once. Yeah, I love
86.
the snooker.
Neil, you require 58.
Yeah, there's something special about the Crucible. There's been something special about two-dart combinations this week.
38.
Yeah, I think they're similar in their history in their own sports, aren't they?
John, you require
and
56.
And the Crucible.
Only one's got a sticky carpet.
Game shot on the second leg. John Henderson.
I was so disappointed when I walked into the lakeside for the first time, but when they put the smoke machines on, they dim the lights, put the lights on, it is the most iconic place. And until I went
Third
to the
leg,
match
it's
play,
Neil to throw
I
first.
thought Blackpool was just
Game on.
absolutely incredible. I think he's sprinting that much, John Hendo there. He was desperate to get to the hockey first.
Has he got a cab running or something? The meter running.
100.
It's played in great spirit. It's a quick start from Hendo. He's definitely saved his best to last today.
45.
This is the final cycle of the matches today.
100.
This being the first of the final cycle. Then we've got Dan Reed against Chris Gilliland, and then Sedlak up against Wenig.
16 points out of 20.
100.
You'd be happy with that, especially in this group, wouldn't you?
For sure. Absolutely.
45.
Especially in a group of this quality.
I think we'll still see 4 out of these 6
41.
on Saturday night.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be shocked.
140.
Neil Duff may be in 6th place right now, but he'll be there Saturday night, in my opinion.
140. Neil, you require 160.
Group C.
Yeah, John Henderson could have looked at the bullseye if I was being hypercritical there, but it's tops for Duff.
76.
Won't feel too bad now. If the 2 treble 20s had gone in, Glenn, you'd have been thinking, oof.
85. Neil, you require 40.
Neil can't wait to get to that hockey, which is a good sign for him. Just a bit of composure. Big dart.
30. John, you require
Well, John
90.
hasn't missed a dart at double yet in this match. Will he get one at a double? Tops.
50. Neil, you require 10.
Straight for it. That's a great mark. You couldn't have placed it any better. Wow.
5.
When it's
John,
not your day, Neil Duff,
40.
it's not your day. Just dust yourself down and just remember, marathon, not a sprint. And speaking of sprinting, John Henderson.
Game shot on the third
No
leg.
need to sprint
John
to the hockey.
Henderson.
That's beautiful darts once again from the Scotsman. Averaging over 90. Just a professional,
Fourth leg,
solid
it's John
job.
to throw first. Game on.
And a potential whitewash, when I said Neil Duff, would be very, very tough to
99. beat. 140. 59. 100.
Nice to hear from Martin Turner. He'll be looking forward to Thursday and Friday.
180.
Who will be joining him in that group? All the permutations, and we'll sort of begin to iron out tomorrow, but you can just begin to see what's happening with this group now. And moving Tuesdays all been about the top 2. The bookies couldn't really separate John Henderson, Lukas Wenig before competition, and it's looking that way as we go into the final day.
97. 94. John, you require 66.
It's been a real demolition job here from John Henderson. It's 2 darts, a double 18.
Game,
solid,
shots,
professional,
match.
clinical.
John Henderson.
And a big, big 4-0 whitewash victory over Neil Duff, who will dust himself down and he'll come back fighting like the champion he is. For John Henderson, 16 points out of a possible 20. He's got to be happy with that, and he's got to be happy with the stats in that game. 95.43 average, 4 from 6 on the outer ring, and that massive 160 finish. The highlight of this week, the highlight of that match. Outstanding stuff from the Scotsman, and says to the others, follow that. Well, Dan Reid and Chris Gilliland, it's your job to do that, and we'll be back after this short break.
Well, Dan Reid came racing out of the blocks this morning, didn't he? 2 standout displays to get himself onto 8 points, but hasn't been able to replicate that level in his last 2 matches, picking up just 1 leg from those 2. Can he keep himself in the race to top Group A with a win here over Chris Gilliland, who surrendered a 3-0 lead over Hendo a little while ago before going down 4-1 last time out? Which one of the 2 will return to winning ways here? Let's find out and rejoin our commentary team.
Thank you, Abby. Expertly put. My sentiments exactly, and this man did fly out the traps. And for Chris Gilliland, it's just been a bad hour for the pair of them. We've just sort of been chatting about it off air, so it's a strange game, this one. Even if they get to 10 points, it is, you know, the maximum these guys can get is 20 points with going through the card tomorrow. But can you see John Henderson losing 3 games? No, not really. So start thinking about qualifying for Group B. I don't particularly think they want to be in Group C, so there's still lots of permutations what to go, but it just feels like a mid-table clash, this one, when in reality getting to that 10 points could just be the fillet they needed, that momentum to go into tomorrow. So all to play for.
On.
Yeah, I think the winner of this one has still got a big race to play in terms of finishing second or third. And whoever loses, really, it's tightly bunched below that, isn't it? Although Lukas Wenig and Sedlak will play our final match, and that's huge for both.
100.
Yeah, it was beginning to look like a great day for the man in your pitch. He was absolutely wonderful early this morning. Just sort of
180.
in the middle. Just didn't go quite right. A couple of heavy defeats, actually. The one against Lukas was a real...
In fairness, though, Wenig did average 98.56 in that one.
98.
Yes. And then...
It's the effect it had on him, didn't it?
And then John Henderson averaged 95.39, so he's walked into just a couple of monsters, hasn't he?
To be
131.
Fair. But this is what he can do. For Chris Gilliland, it's been a tough day.
Yep.
Just think that expectation kicked in a little bit with Chris because, once again, 95. He was not the headline act yesterday, but we did feel he was good value to get through the group. But Dan Reid looks good value right now.
90.
A nice setup play with Chris in the 200s.
Tops after 12.
60. Dan, you require 40.
High-class regulation darts, this.
Game shot on the first leg.
13 dart hold with a 180.
Yeah, I like that, Chris. Boom. That's how it felt like. Then that's how it felt like early on in the day. They were
Second
the type
leg,
of darts and legs he was producing. And
game on.
You can see he's still motivated to win this game.
He's one of those kind of players that just loves to play darts, doesn't he?
140.
They say if you love your job, you never work a day in your life, and you can just tell he loves to play darts, loves to compete.
85.
Yeah, and he's got that real bounce in his step right now. Whereas for Chris, I think he's probably disappointed. I think he had high expectations, hopes, aspirations this morning. It just hasn't really gone his way.
140.
He lost with a 90 average in his opening match today. And then won 4-3 against Neil in a wonderful game where he averaged 100.80. And then a real disappointing game for him against John Henderson.
Yeah.
And then again, he walked
86.
into a monster against Vitas, didn't he? In 99.4 in a 4-1 defeat where he averaged 88.46, which is hardly untidy.
68. Christian required 135.
No need to look at the bull, but I think he will. And that's the only problem going that way. That's a lovely setup.
75.
Needs a 2-darter.
Another one of those would
134.
apply a little pressure on this 60.
Christian requires 60.
I always feel confident you get 60 because of the way his darts lie. He doesn't need to move or anything, which is a real asset.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well called.
Chris Gilliland.
As for a lot of players where the darts sit up there, you're having to shuffle around the hockey. And
well, Daryl Gurney is actually
first. Game on.
He's actually changes the flight of the dart on the 20.
Yeah, he just holds the point, doesn't he? So it sits in and
it goes in. Well,
59.
Below flat, isn't it?
I was watching him show on Alan Suter, so he beats Alan Suter 6-2, I think, and then Alan just says, "Can you show me how you throw that dart?" I thought that was great TV.
140.
I think it's Munich this week, isn't it? The Euro Tour.
Yep. It's just relentless now,
96.
The tour for the players.
Yeah, I think I'm making my debut in single finger in Euro 9. I'm really looking forward to that. Hopefully that's with Murph and Dan Dawson or yourself.
60.
Just great atmosphere and just great commentary team around me. It makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, I'm doing the Dutch Darts Open is my first one.
100.
In the Netherlands. Looking forward to that. To say. Again, I think I'm with Murph and Dan.
140.
I have to practice my German after my attempts earlier. I seen you look and say, "What the heck?"
I thought it was a good effort. I just didn't know what you were on about.
57. Christian required 161.
This would be the highest of the week. That was a stat when I was last here, Chris. Martin Adams was playing yet to have a 170 finish in all the matches he's played in Southampton and Portsmouth. Every time he was left on the big fish, we were making a big moment of it, but Dan Reid's setting this up lovely.
It's about the only thing he's not done.
130. Christian requires 62.
Who is the best combination finisher? Is Dan Reid going to get a chance?
Game
No,
shot
he's
on the
not,
third
because
leg.
that is
Chris
absolute
Gilliland.
clinical there from Gilliland. The momentum's not with him. You could sort of expect the fact that his head could go down in this match, but
Fourth
much
leg, it's
credit
Chris
to
to
him.
throw first.
Well, that was our talking point in between matches on the commercial break. We both pondered how he was going to respond after what has been a bit of disappointment. And Dan Reid equally in the same boat.
Yeah, both of them have had magnificent moves. That 100 average from Chris was beautiful. And it was just his response to
100.
Playing John Henderson a couple of games later, which was the disappointing, sort of ended his, in my opinion, his hopes for the Group A victory. Whereas Dan Reid was just sensational at the start. It just sort of petered off a little bit
140.
when he lost heavily to Lukas. But as Chris alluded to, he did walk into a bit of a brick wall.
$82.
It's my last day in the comms box tomorrow, with Matt Edgar taking over for Group B, C and for Saturday night. It's been a great group to be involved in.
137.
It looks like it's going the way of John Henderson right now, but Lukas Wenig's on next. And it would only leave 2-point gap between them overnight, which means one thing.
42.
Market
Christian
cards,
Require,
Henderson versus
84.
Wenig tomorrow.
Huge game. This has been a huge performance. Oh, just missed the 48 to leave double 8.
43 left.
44.
Interesting. He's had the option of leading 32 or tops. Why didn't he go for the treble 8 on the 64?
Yep.
59. Christian Require, 40. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Boy, did he
Chris
aim there.
Gilliland.
He held that dart a little bit longer than normal.
He made sure of that one, didn't he?
He certainly did, and I liked it.
Fifth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Dan Reid's
Game on.
averaging 95 and change, and he's had one dart a double, which is it.
100.
And that's the case for Chris Gilliland. He's got this tremendous A game. And like I said, we've said it many times this week, how he can beat every single one of these players he's up against.
And we picked up on a change of equipment earlier. There's definitely a change of well, it's not a change of barrel, it's a change of stem and flight.
Yeah. The German colours on. I wonder if he's had to take them off Lukas.
$100.
Solid.
$96.
Talking about the 170 finish. Dan Reid leaves the biggest of them all.
Not that Gilliland can do anything to get to a finish from 361.
135. Daniel Require, 170.
Oh well, he hasn't got to worry about
Sometimes
the decision.
that happens when you go direct for the target.
81.
If you stick to your plan of just keeping straight just above the treble 20, but you get the excitement where you just want to hit the target. And it's still an outside chance for Gilliland. I thought the chance for this leg had gone.
85.
Another treble there would have made it very
89.
interesting.
57, 20 and ball. Gotta go for it.
64.
Wow.
Christian Require,
That would
141.
have come out of his hand, and if mid-flight he'd have said that's in. Well, that's in. Will this be in? 62 left.
89. Daniel Require, 25.
The double 10. Awkward.
20.
Chance for
Christian
Gilliland
Require,
to
52.
put this game to bed.
$32.
Never
So you
fancied
could,
that.
Daniel
well,
Require,
you could see how
5.
awkward it was,
Just
wasn't
great
it?
camera work again,
Yeah.
just to sort of show you watching the angle these players have as
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And mops up that 5 finish.
Yeah, it's great to see what the player sees, and he had to pick a side there, didn't he?
6th leg, it's Chris.
He's got the strength of having the flat dart, that understacker dart, but when you're on tops and you go just above it, it's just moving a lot of the bed, I guess.
Yeah.
But shows strong character when you've had the chance like that.
131.
To then open up with a 2 treble visit. So the ascendancy and advantage is back with him. Or is it?
140.
Really squeezed one in the middle for a max. Yeah, high quality game. It was better than that prior to the last leg, which ended up a 20 darter, where we've seen our first sequence of missed darts at doubles from both.
Yeah, if Gilliland had hit that double leg, he would have had the 2 highest averages of the week, which tells its own tale for me.
140.
The A game is there.
Oh, yes.
That's closer to treble 12, and all of a sudden, and this is against the throw with Dan Reed having 55. The dart in the last leg. Momentum swing once again, and it takes me back to early when Chris Gilliland was leading 3-0 against John Henderson and lost the game.
81.
Is it a case of deja vu?
Darting deja vu.
$60. Daniel required 140.
They were all thrown with frustration.
Yeah, they weren't sat nicely at all, were they? Dan Reed can
60.
Smell blood.
$90.
That's
Daniel required
but it does
80.
leave Shanghai. And that's what you mustn't do on 80. But what a saviour that is.
60.
Just drops low.
Christian required 120.
And it's Shanghai for the match. Just when you begin to think this game is running away from Gilliland, despite the fact he's leading. And what a dart. He's going to get a dart at tops, you would think. And this is for the match.
100.
Oof.
Daniel required 20.
Well, he scared it. He would have scared Dan Reed. He should have had this one.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And does wrap it up
Reed.
On double 10. And we do go to a decider, and the honour goes to Dan Reed. Gilliland had to throw in this tie yesterday.
7th and final leg. It stands to throw first. Game on.
Penny for your thoughts there, Chris Gilliland, but I'm thinking he's going back to that mind against John Henderson.
140.
Boy, did he not want to hear that score of 140 there.
No, when you don't watch and you put your head down, you're just 60 or 59.
140.
What a reply.
Character.
$80.
And almost forced the error by backing him up.
The perfect dart.
100.
Great contest.
100.
Solid throughout. Both averaging well in the 90s. Who's going to conclude a victory? Struggling to pick a winner if a treble doesn't go in here.
57.
Advantage, Dan Reed.
6 at 181, Glenn.
$100.
Minimum that.
Yeah, I really like that, Chris. From 204 here, you feel a 140 is a must. What a start. Never mind 140. A max.
140.
Just got up on his toes, didn't he?
81.
All about the finishing now, which has been quality. Could be the bullseye. It is the bull.
56.
And we
Christian
talked about
requires
the
64.
fact he likes tops. Will he be more direct on the treble 8 this time? It's been a battle.
Game, shots,
but it's
and
been
the match.
Concluded with
Chris Gilliland.
A fantastic finish there from Chris Gilliland. He looked like he was winning the game quite comfortably throughout. Then the comeback from Dan Reid, but Chris Gilliland has just shown a little bit of quality at the end, and the stats confirm that. Dan Reid in defeat averaged over 90, 3 from 8 on the checkouts. Chris Gilliland, look at the stats there, 94.83, 4 from 8, 50% on the outer ring. A quality match play game between two great players. Thoroughly enjoyed that, but it's Chris Gilliland who goes on to 10 points and gives him some hope and aspirations to do well. But is he looking at 2nd or 3rd place for tomorrow? Only that'll decide. Big moment coming up for Lukas Wenig next. Can he keep on the shirt tail of John Henderson? He's up against the very impressive Viteslav Sedlak. That final game of the day coming up next.
Rounding off our 2nd day of Group A action, Viteslav Sedlak and Lukas Wenig. Sedlak came through this one in a decider yesterday. Of course, you feel both players are a lot more settled now, though, so this could be an even more enjoyable encounter. Sedlak with his best and average just shy of a ton last time out. Wenig has often been around that level and now has the chance to close the gap on Hendo to 2 points. Before we get into this one, let's reveal the answer to Henry's Tuesday Tungsten teaser, shall we? We asked you the question a little while ago. Name the Super Series players who hold the following records. And here you can see the answer. The youngest weekly winner, Nathan Gervin, at the age of 19. The most 170 finishes, Lee Evans at 5. And then the highest losing average, Brian Rahman of 109.03. So well done to everyone who got the answers to those questions. We'll have more for you next week with Henry himself, actually. But to talk you through our final match of the day, let's rejoin Duzza and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. Well, as the saying goes, or the song, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I got the youngest and the highest losing average, but I didn't get the 170 question because I know there's a couple of players on 3 and 4, but fair play to Lee Evans, 5 170s.
It was no joke.
I didn't hit one on TV at 170. 167, 164, 160, 161. Never the big fish. Couldn't reel it in.
Yeah, we were just talking off air there. Martin Adams, how many
First
games
leg,
has he played at the MODUS Super Series? But achieved absolutely everything. I mean, an absolute stalwart, the MODUS Super Series, both at Southampton and possible, but yet to hit a 170.
What's the odds on the next time he's down? One goes in.
Yeah, we were praying for it last
100.
Well, this was our opening match of the session yesterday, and it was a big upset because we expected this man to win that tie.
135.
Sedlak had other ideas, and he pinched it in the end. 4-3. Hit a couple of 180s.
Yeah, one thing I didn't expect, Chris, is a runaway leader in
58.
this one. And if Wenig doesn't win this game, you can see nothing but a John Henderson Group A victor. But if Lukas can get through, it's just been 2 points overnight
98.
behind John, and they have to play each other tomorrow. It just makes it just more and more interesting.
Well, the bookies are really
41.
showing any caution. It was 11-8 yesterday for Vitas, and he's 6-4 today.
43.
Lucas's 1-2 today was 8-15 yesterday.
$138.
Great thinking, good board management. And you're making your opponent need a treble.
65.
I'm not so sure about that bullseye second, but he knows more than I do, I think, because his board management's been first class this week. Another one of them would have left the bullseye, and that would have been the highest finish of the week after that spectacular 160 from Hendo earlier.
96.
Speaking
Lucas
of 160 finishes,
160.
over to you, Mr. Wenig.
$95. Vito requires
left.
68.
Well, these two darters have been going in beautifully today for all the players at some stage or another. Tops.
28. Lucas requires 65.
Will he start at the bull? Perfect.
Game shot on the
Once
first
again,
leg.
he continues to
Wenig.
impress. Sedlak has that one dart at tops. That's probably what you need to beat someone as good as Wenig.
Second leg, it's Lucas to
opportunities.
throw
You can see him
first.
deep
Game
in
on.
thought there. Well, hopefully that thought is I'm giving myself chances. The difference is I've got to execute. I've got to take them out when they're given to me. It's
43.
easier said than done, but that's just the next phase for him. For Wenig, that's a big opening first dart.
Yeah, if I was in his corner,
60.
I would be making sure that Vitas remains positive. There's certainly more positives than negatives
81.
thus far.
I think he's been great, Chris.
Yeah, I agree.
Just another welcome addition to the MODUS Super Series, I think. Dare I say beforehand, where did we get him from?
58.
Let's do some research on him. He'll be back.
Oh, for sure.
85.
The Euro Tour has just sort of brought fantastic crowds, Germany,
60.
Holland, Belgium, but now it's the, like Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, them areas now are just Poland.
Well, that's the next one, 7th and 8th of July on ITV4.
100.
It's fantastic for someone like Krzysztof Ratajski, he's so professional, Krzysztof. I always laugh because you get some players like Merv King, 7 hours before his match, he'll be in the venue.
93.
I have seen Krzysztof walking 45 minutes before his game. He's just totally different. With his man bag, he walks in, gets his darts out and pings a 180. 100 average, off the stage and back to his hotel.
Yeah, it is a sport where no one size fits all.
That was one of my funniest videos I saw. I don't know if it was a Matt Edgar video, but the videoed Merv King the night before
60.
his morning match
Lucas required
at the
52.
UK Open. Sort of about 11 o'clock at night, getting his bag ready, going out of his accommodation and going to the venue.
32.
He was like
Vito,
that
you
back in the
require
day, back in the
170.
embassy days. He was he was often the first one you'd find in the practice room bar area, and then at night usually the last one there.
55. Lukas, you require 20.
Got a big 2-0 lead. Come on, he says.
15.
Just a little slot. You don't expect that when he's so professional round about them doubles there. You don't expect him to miss there. I wonder if he's thinking about what the situation, because the treble 20 here will make it very interesting. And the thing for Wenig now is don't miss the big number.
5. Game shot on the second leg.
Clinical.
Lukas Wenig.
There's the little fist pump, Chris.
I think he was listening to you, Glenn.
Third leg, it's Viteslav to throw first.
Yeah, going back to the going in 7 hours. I always, when I played local competitions, Chris, when I reached the semi-final, I've been in the venue 6-7 hours. Felt fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's what Merv is trying to replicate, just getting in there, possibly playing games against himself, others, so you feel like you've had half a dozen games before you get on there.
When you go to one of those tournaments, it's always sort of the first couple of rounds, and you play yourself in, and you get the balance of everything right, the board time prior to playing, and you just get better and better. I mean, one of the longest tournaments I played in with any success was over in the Netherlands, and we played our first round games at 9:30 in the morning. I stepped on stage at 10:30 at night. I don't think I can stay awake that long nowadays, never mind play darts.
Yeah, I played in a Welsh Open 3 times. Twice I won it. Once I got beat in the final, and God knows how, because it was a 9 o'clock my first game, and then you reach the quarters at 2 o'clock, the semis, sorry, and then they say come back at 6, and you're like, oh no, don't send me back to those chalets.
And I know that the Dutch Open is the biggest field, but you play it in sections, don't you?
Tremendous.
35.
And when you're in the top 16 or top 32, you get the VIP room and you're on the TV boards. I had the same board, I had referees, and I thought, this is easy. Then I went into the chaos.
126.
You know, fair play to anyone who qualifies through that area there. I did it easy in the Dutch Open. Only done it once and made the biggest mistake of my life. Try to make a flight home, playing Mark McGeaney in the final, and I'm rushing around, so I made the flight rather than concentrating on winning the Dutch Open. Fuming years later.
Yeah, that's certainly a nice
59. Lukas, you require 70.
No, missing flights at the moment for Lukas Wenig. He's not missing anything. This is where he's been real mustard.
54.
Not this time.
Vito required 120.
One year. That was my best ever run at the Dutch Open.
Yeah, I loved it. Not this time for Sedlak.
56. Lukas requires 16.
Just don't expect him to miss when he gets down to a double. Again, he might need to move. He's got that bulbous barrel you can see, and he just feeds off that.
Lukas Wenig.
Into the double 8.
Made the smallest adjustment.
Fourth leg, it's Lukas to throw first. Game on.
Oh, one away, and he has the darts to do it in leg 4. And a win here. And we're going to 14 points and on to plus 11. His nearest rival would be Dan Reed in terms of leg difference, who's on -1.
100.
So not only looking set to attempt to challenge John Henderson at the top, certainly at least looking likely to be in
140.
Group B.
60.
He does convert the win. He will have played 10 and won 7, losing just 3 matches over the course of 2 days.
85.
Don't forget to join us tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. for the conclusion of this Group A.
58. Lukas required 136.
of those.
87. $76.
Well, 49. 17.
Lukas, you require 49.
Maybe 9 tops. What does he fancy? Is the 17.
Game, shots, and the match.
16.
Lukas Wenig.
To wrap it up with a 14 darter. He ends with an average in the mid-80s. 84, 68, 4 from 12 on the doubles. Sedlak reduced to just 1 dart at a double in the entire match. So it is John Henderson who ends the day on top of Group A on 16 points, but Lukas Wenig has closed the gap. He is on 14 points and plus 11 on the leg difference. Well, Glenn has hot-footed it up to the balcony with Abby. Let's them wrap up the day's action.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Mace. Lukas Wenig then keeps that pressure on John Henderson at the top of the table. What aspects of the Germans' game have you been best impressed with today?
Oh, his finishing's been really good. I think he's just very professional, and that's what you sort of expect from the German players as well. But if there's a 2-dart combination there, but he's just really professional, done a really good job. For Sedlak there, his worst games have been the final game of the session, and that's something he needs to sort of reflect on there. But it was all about Lukas Wenig, and just keeps it interesting for the neutral tomorrow.
Yeah, for Sedlak, what advice would you give him? Because it is such a relentless format. We always say it, and it's a long day as well for these players. What advice would you give him to make sure that that drop-off doesn't keep happening?
Well, for number one, say you've been absolutely fantastic. You've been an absolute credit to yourself, and the positives totally outweigh the negatives. But coming up here may be a good thing. You know, just his friend, his interpreter Martin's up here, and just try and self-reflect why he thinks it sort of happened. There'll be no miracle answer. Is it just the fact that Wenig just came out the traps and did really well there? But overall, I thought he's been tremendous.
Absolutely. Let's have a look then at the league standings with 15 more games to be played in Group A to determine who becomes the first player through to finals night. John Henderson, 3 very, very good performances, 2 below par for him, but it's the way that he's regrouped after those disappointing displays that's really impressive and shows why he is the man at the top.
Yeah, he was very sluggish at the beginning, and not that I had concerns, but I was just sort of looking at the motivation for him. You know, does he really want this, and how much does he want it? But when, you know, when the chips were down, he was there, and 16 points out of 20 in that group is a very, very satisfying return. Yeah, and interesting as well that Hendo, I've been reading an interview that he's done recently saying that he's refound that love for the game. That's important for him going forward, isn't it? Because he still harbours so many ambitions in this game. What it means is that if you lose your Pro Tour card, there's real options out there. There's pathways that can get you back to that, and winning breeds confidence. And he's got it right. The balance is really good for him, and he's laughing and smiling down there, and it's great because Saturday night here, no Hendo, no party. Absolutely. Will it be a big Hendo weekendo for you? Is he going to be the first player through to finals night? Yes, I think he will be, but what a mouth-watering game between him and Wenig tomorrow, and let's not understate that, and just appreciate how good the German's done. He's getting better as it goes along. He's fit, he's strong, he's healthy, and but yeah, Hendo gets it for me. Right then, join us from 9:30 tomorrow morning to see whether Hendo does become the first player through to Saturday night's finals night. We look forward to seeing you then.